We're good? Okay. Good morning, board.
Morning.
Morning.
Let's go ahead and call the September 11th, 2020 board meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to order. I have 8:34. I did want to begin this meeting. It is 9/11, and just begin with a moment of silent prayer and reflection in those that have passed before us on 9/11, those first responders, police, military, that on this date many years ago laid out their lives for us. So let's have a moment of prayer and reflection. Thank you. Thank you, board. If you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device, if you could mute it so we don't get that feedback, that would be appreciated until your time to speak. Also, please say your name before you verbal vote during the voting process, just to make sure Wendy has the correct individuals and vote for us. Also, I'll try to announce your names as you vote. Now, some of these discussions, they may get participatory, meaning a lot of folks want to participate. In that situation, I'm probably going to start using the icon on the left. You can access that through on the bottom of your Zoom screen that says participants, and you just simply raise your hand during the discussions. And I'll mention that as if we have a lot of people that want to participate, and as I call you, you'll just lower your hand just to make sure that's in the queue is lined up and gets their chance to speak, if you could. And that's all I have. Dr. Henderson, could you give us the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tillman. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tillman. All right, Dr. David Tillman.
Here.
Dr. George Kirch is present. Miss Lois Palermo.
Present.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Dr. David Yu.
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke.
She's here. I see her.
I saw her too.
Can you not hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Burke. Miss Lori Jones.
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
Present.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante. Mr. Rodney Bustamante. Not present. And Miss Catherine Sisk.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Tillman, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Let's need the motion for the approval of minutes of previous board meetings. Let's take these individually if we could. So if I could have a motion to approve the minutes for the June 5th, 2020 board meeting. That's in order. Do I have
Moved.
Dr. Yu motions, Dr. Kier seconds. Any discussion?
Dr. Tillman, this is Dr.
Yeah.
Melcher.
Yes.
I noticed on the minutes that it stated that I was absent for vote on 4A, B, C, D. I'm not sure why that's on there because I was present for that meeting.
Okay, well, we'll have to look that up.
I think there might have been a computer issue because it showed.
Oh, there was a computer issue.
So you didn't hear my vote at that time?
Correct.
Okay. If I just didn't want it to look like I wasn't present, maybe just put on there with the computer difficulty or something.
No, so if you don't vote, we have to count you as not present. A computer issue under the government code is considered as if you're absent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other amendments or discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kears, roll call, please.
Okay, Dr. David Tillman,
4,
Dr. Kirch, 4, Miss Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
and Miss Catherine Sist.
Unmute.
Sorry, 4. Unmute.
Okay. It passes unanimously.
And Mr. Bustamante is
It's
absent.
not right,
Very-
he's absent.
Very good.
Do you want me to include him in the voting?
That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank-
I will next time. Thank you.
No worries. Minutes for the emergency board meeting, August 24th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Here's motions, second by Dr. Henderson. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kears, roll call, please.
Dr. David Tillman,
4,
Dr. Kirch, 4, Miss Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson. Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante, and Miss Catherine Sist.
4.
And this is Dr. Yu. I'm 4.
Oh, did I skip you, David? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, proposed case resolutions.
Yes, I will be turning the floor over to Ms. Studdard.
Board members, you'll see the agreed settlement orders in your materials, and staff requests that the board approve those agreed settlement orders as presented.
So do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson.
Second.
And second by Dr. Burke. Discussion or any recommendations? I don't see any. Seeing none. Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call to approve?
Dr. David Tillman,
4,
Dr. Kirch, 4, Miss Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante, Miss Catherine Sisk.
4.
Passes unanimously.
thank you. Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard, proposed case resolutions, remedial plans.
Yes. The staff requests that the board approve the remedial plans as presented.
Very good. We have remedial plans. Do I have a motion to approve? Dr. McNeil, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Motion,
You? Yes.
I was planning on pulling one case,
Okay.
so I could make a motion to pull case number 2020-00233.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve the remedial plans as amended without the one that was pulled.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion to approve? Was that Dr. Yu that motioned to approve? And do I have a second by Dr. Henderson, Dr. McNeil? So let's approve these and then we'll go into executive session. So any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call on the approval of these cases, and then we'll go into executive session. If there's
Dr. David Tillman,
4,
Dr. George Kirch, 4, Miss Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante, Miss Catherine Sisk.
4.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And board, and do I have a request for executive session, Dr. McNeil?
Yes, so moved.
So we have a motion to discuss the remedial plan that was pulled. Do I have a second? Ms. Jones, all in favor, Dr. Henderson, did you have a question?
I just would like to, again, hear that case number that we're going to be looking at.
Thank you. Could you repeat that, Dr. McNeil?
Yes, I can. 2020-00233.
Thank you.
Very good. So motion to go into executive session.
Go ahead and set it up.
All in favor with your hand visual. And I see everybody has voted for that, excluding Mr. Bustamante. So we will go into executive session. Those that are listening, we will just stay tuned and we'll be back.
Do you want to explain to them?
I'm gonna enable the video.
Okay. So how this is going to work, board members, to go into executive session is that our IT team is setting up a breakout room for us right now. There will be a pop-up box that says to join that room. And when the time comes, when you see that box, click to go in, and then we'll be in a separate room away from the current live stream. So that's coming in just a few minutes. There we go.
Start seeing them right now.
Dr. Tillman.
You should see it on your screen now. So just click join.
McNeil motion to pull the case number.
Yes.
Then seconded by McNeil.
By Henderson.
By Henderson.
Yeah, yeah.
Got it.
Yep. So I,
Yes.
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
So we're off, right?
Not yet.
Stood up yesterday.
We came back.
Does Lauren or does Kira need to leave for executive session?
Yeah, just go outside. There you go. They came out. Do we have everybody yet?
Is everybody on?
Hold on.
Okay.
Not yet.
We're waiting.
They cannot hear you until I switch this guy over.
Hello?
Hi, Dr. Belcher. We don't have you in the breakout room. Do you know how,
No,
can I
so
explain to you what to do?
tell me again.
Okay, so at the bottom right-hand corner, on the middle, Chris says, it says breakout,
Let me see, hold on.
and you should be able to join that.
Breakout rooms. Okay, got it.
and then click
And
join.
join.
Dr. Tillman, you didn't, oh, sorry. 00233.
Uh-huh. I'm on. Oh, leave.
Leave breakout,
Yeah.
there we go.
Thank you.
As well as.
Oh, I did press leave. Oh, no, wait, did I? Got it. Leave breakout, yeah, I got it. Okay. Just making sure I didn't do leave meeting.
Okay, it looks like everybody's here. I have 9:10. We are back in session. Do I have a motion as it relates to case number 2020-00233?
So moved. I move to dismiss that case.
So we have a motion to dismiss. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion? And if you do discuss, if you could leave names out. Seeing none, let's, Dr. Kirsch, could you give us a roll call, please, sir?
Dr. Tillman,
In favor of dismissal?
Dr. Kirch in favor, Ms. Lois Palermo,
No.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Abstain.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Ms. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Against.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante, Ms. Catherine Sisk.
4.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Very good, board. Thank you. Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard, proposed case resolutions for agreed administrative penalties.
Yes, the staff requests that the board approve the agreed administrative penalties as presented.
Very good, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve the agreed administrative penalties as presented?
So
Doc-
moved, McNeil.
McNeil and second by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, we have a roll call, please.
Yes, if there's no objection and no one's objecting to it, can we just go ahead and adopt it without doing the roll call?
We can try that. All in favor by show of hands? All in favor of the approve the agreed administrative penalties? I see in favor, Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Dr. Burke, Dr. Yu, Dr. Melcher, Ms. Sisk, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Henderson, and then Mr. Bustamante is absent. So it passes. Thank you.
It's just a way of saving a little bit more time instead of going through the roll call.
Thank you.
Yep.
Proposed case resolutions, consent orders.
Staff requests that the board approve the consent orders as presented.
So do I have a motion to approve the consent orders as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Jones, second by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's try this again. In favor of, if you could show with your hand and I will repeat the vote. Did you get, are we good?
I'm good.
Very good. Okay. In favor of the motion, Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Dr. Burke, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Melcher, Dr. Yu, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Henderson, all in favor of, and absent Mr. Bustamante, it passes. Thank you. Pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal.
Staff again requests that the board approve the pre-IC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Very good, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve the pre-ISC recommendations for dismissal? Dr. Henderson, and then seconded by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on a roll. Let's show of hands in favor of the motion to dismiss the pre-ISC recommendations. Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Dr. Burke, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Yu, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. Henderson are in favor of. Mr. Bustamante is absent. Dr. Meltzer is in favor of, and it passes. Thank you, board. Post-ISC recommendations for dismissal. Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard.
Staff requests that the board approve the post-ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Very good, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve the post-ISC recommendations for dismissal? Dr. Kirsch, and then
So moved.
by Dr. Yu. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor with a show of hands. In favor of Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Meltzer, Dr. Yu, Dr. Burke, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. Henderson. And then absent is Mr. Bustamante. It passes. Thank you, board. Modification orders.
Board members, we do not have any modification orders to present.
Very good. Discussion of specific orders. Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard.
We also do not have any specific orders to present.
Very good. We are humming along. Anybody have an early tea time, I guess? Huh? Discussion for possible actions in cases heard before this SOA, before the State Office of Administrative Hearing. Docket number 504-20-2385. Ms. Studdard.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. This case is regarding Marcos Castro, RDA, Dental Assistant Registration number 96828. The consideration of order number 3, conditional order of default, dismissal, and remand, recommendations, and board action. And Ms. Cassie Camp will present staff's recommendation to the board.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
The hearing in this matter convened on May 12th, 2020. The respondent did not appear. Board staff requested that the administrative law judge issue a default dismissal and remand the matter back to the board. On May 13th, 2020, the ALJ issued that order of conditional default and dismissal and remand and dismissed the case from the SOA docket. Do I have any questions?
Any questions, board, for?
So Ms. Studdard, this is Dr. Melcher.
Dr. Henderson and then Dr. Meltzer. Dr. Henderson.
I was just going to make a motion, but
Okay, Dr. Meltzer.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So that it was stating to dismiss this case and continue and allow him to continue on as a registered dental assistant?
No, ma'am.
The opposite, right?
The dismissal from the SOA docket on conditional order default, dismissal and remand, that is basically saying that it's no longer on the SOA docket and it's sending it back to you all as the board to consider and make a final proposal on. So in this case, that's all that we're talking about when we're talking about dismissal. The dismissal from the SOA docket, we're asking you to look at that order that's provided to you and make a decision on that, which I believe is asking for the board to revoke the dental registration of this particular respondent.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
But the motion is for dismissal from SOA. Is that accurate?
No, the dismissal, the motion is to revoke the Texas dental license or
Thank you.
assistant registration.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt staff's recommendation to revoke Texas Dental Assistant Registration 96828 issued to Marcos Castro.
I'll second.
And Dr. Meltzer seconds. Any discussion, board? Seeing none, let's try a hand vote. All in favor of the motion with your hand? Yes. In favor of it would be Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Dr. Burke, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Meltzer, Dr. Yu, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. Henderson. None opposed and absent Mr. Bustamante. Thank you, board.
Did anybody call in for this one?
Oh.
Dr. Christian.
Or for the next one?
Any related to this?
Oh, okay.
Related to them.
It's item number 5.
Yeah.
Board members, we're just making sure that no one's calling in to discuss any of these SOA cases with you.
Where's it show?
Makes it a little bit challenging, but
Yeah.
certainly if we can,
Oh,
we'd like
okay.
to hear from the individual before the board votes.
I was looking at the sheet.
Oh, well, those people are gonna call in too.
Yeah, I see those people. That name looks unfamiliar. Castro, no.
Okay, what about the next one?
No.
Okay, they're not on the line.
Okay, so very good. We do not have discussion on specific orders, but we do have a discussion on possible action on cases heard before, again, SOA docket number 504-20-20-2385. Castro.
We just did that one, so.
I'm
now
sorry.
We're on 5.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now I'm caught up. Okay, docket number 504-20-3271. Ms. Stutter.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. This case is regarding Dr. Morna Christian Staffel, dental license number 18277, condition of order number 3, conditional order of default, dismissal, and remand, recommendations and board action. And Ms. Cassie Camp will again present staff's recommendation to the board.
The hearing in this matter convened on July 20th, 2020. Respondent and her attorney both did not appear, and board staff requested that the administrative law judge issue a default dismissal and remand the matter back to the board. The following day, the ALJ did just that and issued order number 3, conditional order of default, dismissal, and remand from the SOA docket. In this matter, staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order the board has attached and issue an enforced suspension on Texas dental license number 18277 issued to Morna Christian Staffel. Staff further recommends that the order of the board include requirements that respondents submit to a PRN evaluation, maintain membership and fulfill all membership requirements if deemed necessary by PRN, pay an administrative fine in the amount of $3,000, continuing education, and complete the jurisprudence exam. Any questions?
Enforced suspension for what term?
Until she complies with PRN and seeks that evaluation. So indefinitely until she meets that requirement.
Thank you.
And,
Do I have Dr. Melcher?
and so I just want to make sure that this Dr. Christian, what is her name? Dr. Staffel, has she tried to reach out to the board or any of our attorneys, anything? Has there been any communication?
Before we do that, I apologize. Before we do that, do I have a motion to approve and then we'll begin discussions? Dr. Henderson, motion to approve and second by Dr. Kirsch. Very good. Now, Dr. Meltzer.
So I was just wondering, just making sure that she hasn't tried to reach out. I understand that our staff is saying to have her revoked until she goes through the PRN, but is there any other issues that may prevent her from doing that? Do we know of?
Well, as you can see from this order, she did retain counsel in this matter.
Yes.
So yes, they have been in contact with the board regarding this matter prior to the date of the hearing. They were aware of that and neither of them appeared. So yes, they had been in communication with the board and now we're here.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, let me, Dr. Kirsch, if I could, let me have a roll call, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman,
For.
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Miss Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Or,
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Miss Catherine Sisk.
In favor?
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you. And Mr. Bustamante is absent.
Yes.
Thank you. Docket number 504-20-3605. Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. This case is regarding Dr. Carrie Shakespeare, dental license number 24389, consideration of order number 4, conditional order of default, dismissal and remand, recommendations, and board action. And Ms. Anitra Abdullah Levy will present staff's recommendation to the board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. The hearing in this matter convened on July 6th of 2020. The respondent did not appear and board staff requested the ALJ to issue a default dismissal and remand the matter back to the board. On July 13th of 2020, the ALJ issued order number 4, conditional order of default dismissal and remand. And this case was dismissed from the SOA docket. Staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached and issue an enforced suspension and subsequent probated suspension for 5 years on Texas Dental License number 24389, issued to Carrie Shakespeare DDS. Staff further recommends that the order of the board includes requirements that the respondent submit to Professional Recovery Network or PRN evaluation, maintain membership, and fulfill all membership requirements if deemed necessary by PRN. Pay an administrative fine in the amount of $3,000, continuing education, and complete the jurisprudence assessment board order. And I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much for your work. And do I have any discussion, any questions? Dr. Henderson?
So, Ms. Levy, I was just looking, I want to make sure as I read this, the enforced suspension is for 5 years and probated for 5 years after the 5-year suspension, or it's enforced until she meets that and then it's probated?
Correct. So it's enforced until he meets the requirement of submitting to an evaluation through PRN, and then subsequent to that, he will start the probated suspension.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve as written board staff recommendation.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Ms. Jones, any further discussion? Seeing none, could we again have a roll call? Dr. Kirsch, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman,
In favor?
Dr. Kirch in favor, Ms. Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Dr. David Yu,
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Miss Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Or
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Miss Catherine Sisk. Miss Catherine Sisk,
In favor?
right. Dr. Tillman, we have unanimous.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board. Presiding officer's report. Do we have any reports from the American Association of Dental Boards? Dr. Henderson? Any?
I got me off guard there.
All right. I'll ask for both this and Reb, and then from Ms. Palermo too. I apologize, kind of under the bus, hopefully. No.
So yes, Reb is, they did their exams to all the schools and institutions this past year that that they were allowed in. There were some schools and states that gave temporary license until this pandemic ends. I did 2 exams myself, and I know they're doing CTP. Already signed up for that as well. And of course, I'd encourage all board members that are not members to do board examinations as part of your duty. But that's what's going on with Reb. I know they are planning to have the meeting sometime in November to give the state reports that I can bring back to you for the.
Sure. So tell me about the exam. Did the exam go smoothly? Everything was unusual this year.
It was very unusual. They were the exams that I did were all typodont exams. Therefore, the students didn't see any live patients. There was no perio sections that they did as far as scaling and root planing. They had attempted to do that by the CTP exam, which is the, if you will, a computer-based exam of scenarios. And as far as the exam, they had to, in some states here, they had to do cut a bridge and a single unit on a typodont, and didn't do any restorations on that. And then they had to do a class 3-5 filling on an anterior tooth, and then they had to do a class 2 on a posterior tooth cut prep. And then they were giving plastic models with them already removed, and all they did was fill them with the material of their choice, whether it be composite or alloy. So that was the way the exam went this year. I think the failure rate was possibly a little higher than having live patients, because but we won't know that data really until December, and I can give a better report.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Henderson? Thank you, sir, for your service. Any hygienist activities with your examinations or Ms. Jennings?
For her, we will be meeting in October on a Saturday via Zoom call. And then they have been doing the dental hygiene OSCE exam throughout the state. And I don't have the results yet of that. So I'm assuming we'll get that next month. And then I did participate in a credits exam as well, but that was a live patient one. So what they ended up doing.
So it was basically a normal exam and everything more like past years. Very good. Thank you. Ms. Palermo, do you have anything else for credits or meetings?
No, I think they're still in the process of kind of regrouping, and everybody's kind of trying to wait to see what kind of exams the students are going to be able to or allowed to do before they really set up schedules for the exams. So we're all kind of just waiting in the wings.
Very good.
Except for they are continuing on with their exams through the end of the year.
Right. Very good. Thank you. And Dr. Henderson, Dr. Melcher, are schools back in session? How are students meeting?
Well, I can only speak for A&M, where I started class, and when I was one of the few instructors that were doing live in person, I only teach graduate students. So there's a significant amount of unrest, if you want to call it, at least at my institution, of people being in person. I know there many students may not be seeing very many patients. My understanding is possibly A&M has gone to a competency situation as opposed to a requirement. So I guess theoretically, if a student cuts a single unit crown to competency, then they don't have to do any more for the rest of their education. So it appears that maybe the exposure to these patients during this COVID time, people are a little concerned, or institutions are concerned about the liability. I know that A&M was struggling getting N95 masks and have everybody fitted, and hospital time for the pediatric residencies in the hospital. So I think the actual number of cases and procedures that they're getting done in the school is going to drop dramatically in their education. But I don't have any data for that, and probably a better person to ask, maybe Dr. Melcher or somebody, what's going on in Houston.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Dr. Melcher.
Yes, UT Houston reopened in phases, and we are at our last phase of opening. So our dental and dental hygiene students are seeing patients they started last month, and they're working in pairs. That's one of the modifications so that they can minimize the aerosols. There's been the plexiglass barriers implemented. So they've done a great job in getting prepared how to address the pandemic, and as well as provide safe patient care. So I think we're going full throttle now at this point. So with modifications, but I think everything is going well.
Very good. Thank you. That is all I have for the presiding officer report. Everybody, from my understanding, is back 100%. We did make some modifications through our emergency board meeting that kind of gets everybody back to normal. And I think there was a lot of appreciation expressed about that. PPE, there were some shortages, but I'm not seeing that as much as initially. And I would say that every day I'm getting between 5 and 10 solicitations for SBA loans. So I know that that's active and people are still working through the financing of making things float business-wise. So I think that still is on the horizon, something we need to monitor. But otherwise, I think we're doing well, getting back to normal. So that concludes my report. PRN, do we have a representative from PRN today?
She is being added now.
She's in there. She can unmute herself.
You can unmute yourself. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see everybody's faces.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if you introduced me yet in the switch over between when I got set on, but my name's Eden Mills. I'm the program director for the Professional Recovery Network. What we've seen in this most recent quarter is an increase in referrals regarding potentially impaired dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants. Compliance with our participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. We are really grateful for an opportunity to present an article for the TDA June newsletter. And what we focused on was, it was titled Maintaining Wellness During a Pandemic, Tips for Dental Professionals Living Through COVID-19. With this, we looked at what are some of the struggles that dental professionals are facing and the stressors of their employment, and looking at how that may impact substance use and mental health issues. Additionally, this article emphasized wellness tips and self-care regimens that can be put in place with it really stressed the importance of looking at it from a wraparound approach. So looking at your mental and physical health as well, and looking at how do you incorporate that as well as within your diet, exercise, self-care routines, setting appropriate boundaries for self-care, as well as just deep breathing exercises, how to reach out for help, who to reach out for help, things like that, as well as talking about the importance of connecting and staying connected to a community right now. We held our advisory committee meeting on Friday, July 31st. This was held via an online meeting Zoom platform. During this time, we spoke about the PRN recovery community and what's going on, updating our advisory committee on outreach opportunities and getting feedback on potential ways to navigate that. It's also really helpful because a lot of the majority of the individuals in this, there are board members on the advisory committee, but there's also a significant amount that are PRN alumni or individuals that are healthcare professionals in recovery that were really able to give us these meetings are really important so they can give us appropriate feedback and areas of growth and kind of look at things from, say a dentist in recovery and how we can better serve them. During this meeting, we also talked about our responses to how do we better support our participants during COVID-19, especially as healthcare professionals, and navigating and making sure they were up to date on what precautions all treatment centers are taking as well right now to protect those that are needing services. It's really important to note that, yes, we're having to navigate COVID-19 and safety sensitive issues with that, but also looking at if someone's not able to get appropriate treatment right now, that could also lead to fatal consequences as well. So we really want to make sure people are still getting the supports they need in a, appropriate manner, and the necessary precautions are being taken. We are in the midst of our performance audit currently, or preparing for it, and then we will be undergoing it on September 21st, 2020, and we'll be presenting those findings at the next dental board meeting. We continue to offer an individualized approach to support and accommodate our participants in navigating the recovery program, the report requirements to PRN and drug screening in a way that helps to ensure that we are still monitoring and protecting public safety and adding that accountability, but also letting it be individualized in the sense that in a way that they can do and navigate their recovery programs within what is within their comfort level. So if they are not comfortable going to in-person meetings and resuming that, which then they can still continue on with the online meeting options. We are seeing a trend of individuals being more comfortable reintegrating into their recovery community in person and just taking safety precautions. But again, that's on their own accord on where they want to navigate that at this point. We are also looking into completing and setting up the process for our upcoming biennial seminar. So I'll be updating you all more on that at the next board meeting on the details of that. But that will also be done via a Zoom webinar platform, just because of the quantity of individuals that will be in attendance and everybody's safety, and also local regulations we're following. We also submitted our LBB report, which looks at our legislative budget board numbers. We submitted those to TSBDE on June 9th, 2020 for our third quarter. We just wrapped up our fourth quarter, so those numbers will be reviewed at the next board meeting. So with those numbers, we had 18 board ordered dentists, 1 compelled volunteer dentist, 22 volunteer dentists, 3 board ordered hygienists, and 2 volunteer hygienists. We also had 4 board ordered dental assistants and 1 volunteer dental assistant. Any questions?
So was that an uptick? You know, you think of COVID and the increased level of stress, not only, you know, personally, but within the business. Did you see an uptick in activity with mental concerns over this time?
Yes, we did. Specifically, I would say our increase, we stayed a steady number of growth for those struggling with substance use. We are seeing in society, there's just a very high increase of substance use going on right now for lack of better coping skills that our society is seeing. But for PRN in particular, we saw an increase in individuals with struggling with eating disorder and also mental health with depression, anxiety, and suicidality.
Very good. Dr. Yu. You're on mute, Dr. Yu.
I usually figure it out. Eden, thanks again for your great work. And I know that especially during the pandemic, the mission of PRN means so much more. And we expect a spike in dentists seeking help, and to see 22 volunteer dentists, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but the fact is that PRN is important. And the board's mission, as we all know, is to protect the public, and rehabbing dental healthcare professionals, which is what you do, is really a part of it. But I wanted to ask, after the TDA sort of pamphlet, you know, the communication, was there any additional spikes in you know, dentists requesting help?
I wouldn't say it would be one yet that's substantial to recognize. I haven't seen anyone reference it as a part of the referral process yet. I'm still hopeful and going to be in communication with TDA to see if there's any other potential outreach opportunities we can do with that, as well as looking at other school, kind of how can we integrate into the school system as well as a presentation like I do for the pharmacy schools. So I can't see, that hasn't happened yet. We do ask, how were you referred to us? You know, how did you come up? And so we'll be tracking that trend as well to see, and data we can analyze through our database system.
And is there any data on how many dental students have asked for help, if any?
Since I've been, so dental students are a tricky one to look at, and can we monitor them or not, because they don't hold a professional licensure. So they wouldn't count for things such as our LBB numbers. They also wouldn't, if say they fail to follow through with our process, there's a less accountability and, you know, disciplinary action that may be potentially an option. But we would never turn someone away if they were in need of our services. We have worked with one dental student off the top of my head in the last couple of years, but that was as they're more in the process of getting their licensure. So it was an easier process for that. We do work with pharmacy students, but that is because they hold a professional license. So we can count them towards those numbers and all the standard peer assistant processes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we could also, we've had other people reach out to us, and we're always, you know, we're staffed by all master level social workers. So if someone's ever in need, say a dental student in need of finding, you know, a therapist or psychiatrist or any services, they can call us and we would help them. We just maybe not be able to enroll them.
Very good. Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Nails, thank you so much for your work. Could you explain to me what the difference between a volunteer dentist and a compelled volunteer dentist is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you for asking. So what a compelled volunteer dentist, a volunteer comes to us on their own accord. So they just want to get assistance, or maybe they come to us from a concerned third party, like a peer or spouse may have reported them to us. But a compelled volunteer is maybe they're under investigation by the dental board. And so we want to be able to keep that communication channel open. They may be, so basically they were referred by the dental board, but there's no order mandating them to work with us yet. Down the road, if by the next fiscal year, if they are on an order, they would then change to a board order. This individual, I don't think, for individuals in general, if they don't have a board order put in place by the next fiscal year, then they switch to a volunteer.
Okay, thank you. So it's not like a legal authority that's told them they had to go there.
They are encouraged by the board to contact us. They may be receiving a 24-hour notice by a dental board investigator or something like that, but it's just basically there hasn't been an order put in place yet requiring it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other comments? I do want to just reach out to PRN. We appreciate y'all's work. We had some financial challenges. I think we worked through that, and we'll hear more from Ms. Capel about that. But I appreciate your work. I'm glad that we continue to work closely with you because I know your services are needed in the dental industry, and I look forward for many years to come, y'all helping us and improving the health of the public. So thank you.
Thank you. We're really grateful to continue work with you all.
Very good. Seeing no other comments, thank you. I appreciate your work and take care. Dr. McNeil, committee reports, disciplinary committee report and recommendations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the committee members' involvement yesterday. We had a pretty active, lively discussion. And under this section on the agenda, we talked about statute 259.004 that sort of talks about owner dentist responsibilities as it relates to practice. One of the issues that was brought up by one of our members is oftentimes in ISCs, we have some challenges with associate dentist responsibility versus owner dentist responsibility. And we talked about some options of a couple things. One, trying to work with either the TDA or through our own newsletter to put out some information about owner responsibilities as listed in the statute. We appreciate the fact there's a pretty wide gray area there as it relates to the owner responsibility. Specifically, some of the things we were seeing were some issues with lack of consent forms, written consents, for instance. Obtaining records sometimes was a bit of a challenge. Also, upcoding of procedures. So we wanted to make sure that our licensees were aware of their responsibilities if they were in an ownership position, but also for fellow board members as we sit at an ISC. And if there is an associate dentist who, I know we've all probably heard this from them, is just they weren't aware of things like consent forms, or the billing was outside of something that they were active hands-on. So we always have the ability during an ISC to open a case against an owner dentist. And there is a fairly large gray area in that section. So that's where we spent most of our time as a committee on that. From the legal side of the equation, Ms. Stewart or Ms. Nichols, any additional points you'd like to add on that, what I've just said?
No, I think you touched on everything. It's just, legal will continue to review those situations on a case-by-case basis.
Right, that concludes my report.
So are there any recommendations on action as dental owner's responsibility? Anything come out of the committee?
There were no action items that need to be voted on.
Thank you. And thank you for your report and your work. Dr. Kirsch, licensing committee report and recommendations.
Yes, sir, Dr. Tillman, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all my committee members, Ms. Lois Palermo, Dr. Margot Melcher, Dr. Linda Burke, Ms. Catherine Sisk, and Dr. Tillman. As presiding officer, he attends all the committee meetings. And David, thank you for your work. And you were very involved in in our lively discussion. We had a lot to discuss yesterday. The meeting lasted almost 2 hours. We had a lot of dentists requesting exception to board rules. Some were very difficult to make, and we will hear those cases now. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Nichols for further discussion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kirsch. So all of the requestors from yesterday have signed in to speak with the full board today. So we'll just go ahead and take each case one by one, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
So do I, the committee makes a recommendation as it relates to board rule 2021 Q1 DDS1. This is the item that we will address.
Correct.
Okay, great. And so since the committee, it's a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. So
Dr. Henderson has a question.
I'm sorry, Dr. Henderson.
Well, I have a question. I was wanting to know what the committee was and what the vote was so we would be informed before they speak.
Sure.
Thank you.
Board will go ahead and handle that for us.
The committee for 2021-Q1-DDS1 recommended to deny the request for exception to board rule 101.2A.
Very good. Is the person,
You want give me 1 and 2?
Yeah, you can let them both in right now.
Okay.
It's the same couple of things.
right.
Dr. Barbosa and Dr. Perez.
Right.
Yeah.
Here,
Okay.
Casneeds and Perez is.
Okay, we'll let them in.
So there are 3, Dr. Barbosa.
Actually, Barbosa just joined.
Okay, great.
So we've got all 3.
And so just for the board members who were not in committee yesterday for 2021-Q1-DDS2, the committee also recommended to deny the request for exception.
And I will say all those votes were unanimous.
Does the board understand what's under consideration? Very good. So welcome, Dr. Barbosa, I guess. And if you could, you are addressing the entire board. The committee's made a recommendation. And if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes, that would be appreciated. You have the floor.
Can she unmute herself?
Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Thank you. Yes, we can.
Okay, so, well, thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak again. I guess I, have us kind of like a speech yesterday prepared. Seems like it didn't work really good to accomplish my goal, and because the petition was denied yesterday. So I guess, by the licensing committee, which they should be the experts on this. And so I don't know my odds today. All I wanted to say is that, we are, I hope our case is reviewed in detail. I put some time putting together all the paperwork that you requested, not only the time and the effort, but there's some money involved on this. So I just, what I'm asking today is to make sure that you guys review my petition that is in written, that you understand a little bit about what my role as a faculty has been in the last 11 years, and look at my CV, and review the case in detail. I do think like being a part of a committee requires a lot of efforts. It takes a lot of responsibility. It takes a lot of education for everybody's part to understand what you're dealing with. And also, and especially, it should take a lot of time to know a little bit about the people that are, requesting or trying to do something. and it gets involved in this committee because it's a big responsibility that it might change somebody's life. And that's all I'm asking, that you review my file and understand a little bit about my background and my CV, what I do exactly. Not all faculty do the same. Not all faculty is treating patients and is treating the kind of patients I do treat. And that's all. Thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa.
We'll entertain board questions. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much for talking with the board today. Can I ask you a question? How many students roughly, if you had to give me a number, how many students have you participated in their training during your time?
Yes, of course. So I mainly work as a prosthodontist. So my role at the dental school in the last 11 years has been as a pros representative for a specific group. We in San Antonio divide the clinic groups in 8. So I am in charge of one of those groups. So I do have about, it depends of the year, but usually about 28 under my supervision every year. Like I said, I mainly work in the clinic portion of it. At the beginning of the first 2 years, I have a little bit to do with the sophomore labs, but in the last 9 years, I've mainly been in clinic. 50% of my time. The other 50% I do private practice in the dental school. I'm part of the OMS department as well. So I restore all the trauma patients and a lot of the cancer patients also, and pathology cases that they do see there. I'm involved on the treatment planning with the residents, but I mainly restore those cases. And the other 50% of my time, I'm involved with the dental students, helping them in clinic. As you know, I supervise juniors and seniors, so a lot of the juniors is, you know, I help them a lot to finish what they're doing in terms of crowns and removable. And then, well, we want the seniors to be more independent, so it's a little different, but it's also I do work in clinics. So if you do your math, it's about 25 to 30 per year in the last 11 years. For if you're asking just about the students. I do give lectures to the OMS residents and to the PROS residents as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Palermo.
I would like to ask Ms. Nichols to explain if there is a way or an exception that we can do to allow them a restricted license or something to that effect? Or is there no possible way at all?
Again, do you understand?
I do. Okay. Yeah, we heavily discussed this yesterday. This discussion took about 45 minutes with Dr. Perez and Dr. Barbosa. If y'all permit me to speak for a second. And we tried. Ms. Palermo, you were in there, and I know, and we're probably speaking for the record now, but Ms. Nichols looked at it. Lauren Studdard looked at it as well. Since they're trying to start a residency in a medical school, our rules don't allow us to give any form of restriction or faculty membership under the medical school setting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Nichols, but under the San Antonio Dental School, they were working under faculty license. And here they will not be able to do that. And that's where the rub is. As much as we would love to grant them a restricted license in that setting, we can't because it's a medical school setting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Nichols.
So, yeah, thank you, Dr. Kears. So this is what we discussed yesterday, and I'll be happy to explain again to the full board. So these two individuals are currently have a faculty license under 267.005. And the faculty, and that statute reads that with the faculty license, you're not actually engaged in the practice of dentistry through your work. I know that seems silly because obviously they are doing dental work every day, but ostensibly, the way the statute's written, they've not been doing dental work. Also, the statute very clearly says that if you hold a faculty license, that in order to subsequently get a regular dental license, that you have to adhere to the requirements for obtaining an original license. So there's no loophole here, unfortunately for them, unless they were to obtain a license as, you know, a foreign graduate. And there's certain parameters that are laid out in the statute which state how they can obtain a license as a foreign graduate. We don't offer restricted licenses to people. I don't even know what type of license that would look like. We only offer a full license to someone. So the only time we restrict a license is when somebody has discipline, and then we have them tracked by our compliance division. And so to offer somebody a restricted license, this would be a whole new ballgame. This is not something that the board has done before.
Very good.
Can I ask you something? I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Barbosa.
Yes, so just so I understand, because it's a little confusing for me as well as it is for you. So that exception to that rule of the restricted license only applies to somebody where that the license has been canceled for whatever reason, and then it wants to come back again to have a license. Is that right?
There's many different ways that we might grant an exception. An example of this would be a person has applied, has taken their exam, and it's good for 5 years, and 5 years and 4 months later they apply for the license. Does the board have wiggle rooms to accept that, to grant that license as an exception? In that situation, I would say yes, they do, because that's what the exception is there for. In this situation, the request is so outside of what the law allows.
Very good.
Okay.
Dr. Yu and then Dr. Burke.
So there's no way to, and I'm sorry to rehash it, but there's no way to grant them a provisional license until they can set up the residency to become COTA approved and then be switched to a faculty license under that umbrella.
So I'll let Christine Mendez speak to that if she would like to, but in my experience at the board, we don't grant provisional licenses. We only have the ability to grant you a license or not grant you a license. And so I've explained to several board members, I don't even know what that would look like to try. We'd basically be creating something for these individuals. And just so you know, from a legal standpoint, I understand that they're doing really amazing work, and this is very uncomfortable for the board. It's not fun to sit here and be the bearer of bad news, that I feel legally we can't grant them a full license based on their situation. But what about all the other foreign graduates that might want exceptions for their license to be granted? Keep that.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think the ramifications of this is really high stakes, because I know they're trying to start a OMS residency at Dell, and there's really, they're perfect for that position, and the medical school is depending on this. So I mean, and they're not just starting a residency. I mean, they're helping, under the kids and underprivileged and all that. And I just think it's ironic that they can graduate dental students to get licenses, yet they can't even get a license.
Well, they only have a faculty license. If they,
Right.
Yeah.
Can I just the last thing I wanted to say is that it was new to me, and it was really confusing to hear yesterday that we as a faculty with a faculty license, we cannot practice dentistry. So we are talking about the same law that is saying that, and it's allowing us to practice, and it's not allowing us. We have to practice. I mean, how do you feel about somebody teaching the new generation of dentists that never practice dentistry. That is still is kind of like a double standard. And I know, I mean, that's the law. I just wanted to express what I feel because I do think it's important. It's
Dr. Burke and then Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tillman. As Dr. Kirsch stated, we did talk about this at length yesterday, and I think it was very difficult for Dr. Melcher, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Kirsch, and myself. And Dr. Barbosa, I want you to know, I mean, it's tough on us. It's something that I thought about quite a bit last night, and I wish there was a way. Ms. Nichols, I didn't know if there was a way we could consider in the future trying to do some sort of a rule change or something to allow somebody to work in an office, but I just saw Dr. Tillman shake his head, so probably not. But
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
no, that's okay. But what I was expressing yesterday that I wanted the rest of the board to know is working in an underserved area, it is so difficult to find clinicians that can treat these difficult cases. And so I basically see Dr. Barbosa and Dr. Bettis as little golden nuggets that we have that can get out there and help us treat a population that not many other people can treat. And that's why I know right now we can't do anything, but I didn't know if there was a way that we could somehow get creative and try to help them find a way, maybe that we can allow them to get this residency program started. I don't think at all they're self-centered. I mean, I've never met them, but just in hearing the way they spoke yesterday, I have confidence that they have their heart in the right place and they really want to teach and educate students to make great doctors that are going to get out there and treat a sector of patients that nobody else can or is willing to. And so, I mean, I don't know enough yet to know. And I know legally we can't. I know the rules are the rules and we can't break the rules, but I would hate to see us just drop the ball on this and not try to help them find a way.
Very good. Dr. Kirsch and then Dr. Yu.
Yes, Linda, there is a way, and the way is going back to school and doing a 2-year through a CODA accredited school and taking their board exams like every other foreign student has to do. That is the way. And for the record, I also want to state that as much as we tried, even under Paul Kazmidis, he said he would let them work under his license, and there's no rule set for that either. The committee really tried to do everything we to do some form of provisional or restricted license for these two individuals who are doing phenomenal work for the indigent and the people who can't be treated anywhere else. And it's sad that this is happening, but it sets a really bad precedent if we were to grant a license.
Thank you. Dr. Yu and then Ms. Palermo.
Well, I wanted to thank Ms. Nichols and Ms. Mendez for looking into the Dental Practice Act, our rules, anything that could help them. And believe me, they did. And I have full faith that we're trying everything we can. But is there a reason, can we hear from Dr. Kazmidis and Dr. Perez, or are they like offline?
They're on the line. We just haven't gotten to Dr. Perez's case yet, but we spoke to the three of them together basically because the request is the same yesterday. If you'd like to hear from them now.
Yes, let me finish with Barbosa, and then we'll go on to Kazmidis. Ms. Palermo. You're muted.
Well, I just wanted to let everybody know as well, there is another way, and the legislature starts back up in January of this upcoming year. So if TDA or whoever wants to look at that issue and write a bill for it, that can also be done as well.
Right.
Yep.
Excellent point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Any other discussion? And then we will bring the other doctor in, if that's
I
okay.
think Ms. Jones had her hand up.
Ms. Jones, did you have your hand up?
Okay.
You're good? Okay. Don't want to miss anybody. Dr. Henderson and then Dr. McNeil.
Should we vote on this motion before we start the next discussion to close this out in proper order?
I think that would be appropriate. Dr. McNeil. Did you have any?
I did. And, you know, we've been directed by the governor when appropriate to remove licensing barriers. And this is a licensing barrier. And it's sad that we as an organization have no mechanism in place to make that happen, because that's a disservice to the public in the state of Texas if we do not give this person the ability to do what they're doing. We entrust them to train our dental students, and it's not appropriate that we don't have a mechanism.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Neal, you make an excellent point, but we do give them a license. They currently have a license, and they are currently doing this in San Antonio. So it could be San Antonio's gain and Dell's loss. Look, all Dell has to do is create a dental school, and then we could give them a faculty license there. So there are multiple options for them to allow them to stay in the faculty situation, but they are doing good work, and they do have a license currently. So.
Thank you. Another comment, Dr. Yu.
I don't want to belabor this, but I think the difference between this and opening up the floodgates is that, in this situation, they need a license just to start a residency. And once they have the residency started, then they can go back to that. So they only needed just to be able to start this thing. It's not like they're going into private practice and doing their own thing, unsupervised, blah, blah, blah. But this is like a huge barrier, as Dr. McNeil said, to be able to at least start something big and be able to propagate their knowledge to other students that, these people are at the top of their game, a prosthodontist, periodontist, and this is a world-class TMJ specialist that has incredible skills, trained by the best in the world, yet they can't even start their own residency. And this is totally a different situation than them just going out and just practicing on their own. They're helping the public and the people and future generations.
Thank you. So, board, before us, we have a committee recommendation to deny exception to board rule number 2020 in the case of 2021 Q1 DDS 1. Seeing no more comments, Dr. Kearse, could we have a roll call, please?
Do we need a second for that motion? I know it came out of committee.
The committee, there's no need for a second. So.
Okay, so we're voting for deny board exception to the rule.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor of the committee recommendation to deny.
Dr. Kearse, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
You're on mute.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
Against.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Ms. Lori Jones.
Against.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Ms. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, board. A tough one. Second committee recommendation as it relates to another request for board exception of board rule 2021 Q1 DDS 2. And do we have?
They're on the line. It's Dr. Perez.
Dr. Perez.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank everybody again for taking this subject. I am not going to spend any time rehashing this. I just had a quick question for Ms. Nichols or maybe one of the legal counselors. Reviewing the licensing requirements for foreign graduates, we fulfill obviously most of the requirements, except that we did not complete our training in a dental school here, and we also did not complete all of our training in an ADA approved specialty. But it says that you can sit for the licensing exam if you have successfully completed training in an ADA approved specialty in a CODA accredited institution for at least 2 years. Most of you or some of you know that I'm the program director for the oral and maxillofacial surgery residency, which means that I sign the certificates for the residents. I participate in all their academic sessions. I'm responsible for their education, etc. Is there, and I just want to ask, is it possible to later, not now, request an exception and instead of has successfully completed training for at least 2 years, would our situation, can we fit into that category where the 2 years as training can be an exception be made because we are actually the people training the residents? In other words, we've been there for 11 years. I can't grant a certificate under my name, but we are all the time in this CODA accredited training program. And if that is possible, that would allow us the possibility to sit for the exam and take the licensure exam. But I wouldn't pursue this if you think that is legally not possible, Ms. Nichols. Thank you.
Yes, I'll defer to Ms. Nichols.
Well, and I can't give you personal legal advice, and neither can our general counsel. So my advice to you as a person would be to make that, submit that to our licensing division, and we'll take a look at it. And if it needs to go before the committee and the board again, we'll make that happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is a decision as of today. And so we can have another decision come before us, another recommendation come before us in the future, is what she's saying. Ms. Jones.
I have a question for Dr. Perez.
Yes, Dr. Perez, did you have all of your initial comments before you entertain questions?
Oh, I don't really want to take the board's time. It's okay. I just had a question. So I'm happy to explain everything again, but I don't think I can see that everybody has their heart in the right place and they're trying to help us, but they're legally bound. And the way I see it, there's probably no way for you guys to allow us to have a license other than a faculty license.
Ms. Jones.
Yeah, so Dr. Perez, I was just wanting to clarify, I was reading one of the letters that you're a board examiner as well for OMS.
I am certified by the American Board of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. I am part of the board and I am a board examiner. I am a member of the American College of Surgery. So I'm a fellow of the American College of Surgery. I am an ADA site visitor. I belong to the American Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery and serve in 3 committees. I am the secretary for the American Society of TMJ Surgeons Committee. I've written 98 peer-reviewed papers. Yeah, there's quite a few I've done in 11 years. So that's why we decided to leave Costa Rica and stayed here, because there's a lot of things we can do. But, I don't think that is the reason this is being denied, and it's just there's no legal way of doing it. But yes, I am certified by the American Board of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Perez? Yes, Dr. McNeil.
Dr. Perez, as an OMS myself, I just want to thank you for your service and what you do. And it's just like the prior case, this saddens me that there's no appropriate licensing mechanism in place to make this work. Being a part of this residency program within a medical facility is a big deal for patients. It's a big deal for dentistry, and that's being prevented from happening. And that's a sad thing.
Thank you, sir. It's okay. Like I said yesterday, we are extremely grateful and happy to be in San Antonio. I have been able to help a lot of patients and will continue to do so. The possibility of working at Dell's Children and maybe, starting something like we did in San Antonio 11 years now in a different place where it doesn't exist was really, really appealing to me. Paul Casimides has been reaching out for the past 2 years. I haven't even entertain an option to work anywhere else in the States as a faculty member because I'm so happy in Texas. So this is the only time that I've actually looked into it. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a solution. Like I said, I was willing to sit down and take the test, but there isn't even a way for me to do that unless I go back to dental school. And, I graduated almost 20 years ago. I don't know how good I could prep a crown these days.
Any other discussion before we entertain a vote? Seeing none, could we have a roll call? I'm
Hold
sorry,
on. Should we hear from Dr. Casimides since he's on the line?
Certainly, yes. Dr. Casimides, are you on the line? Unmute yourself. I think you're on mute. Is that you? Are you there? Nope.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me?
Very good.
Okay. Hey, sorry about that. I'm technically challenged here.
If you could you utilize 5 minutes or less for your comments, and then if the board has questions for you as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to rehash everything that's already been said, and I appreciate your time and allowing me to talk. You know, it's been a long haul since I left the private sector 9 years ago to join the hospital, and with the promise of starting a residency, and we finally have that going, and now trying to get the right faculty has been a challenge. I guess the only thing I could add is what Dr. Perez had said. I want to comment on that. It's ironic that, you know, he graduated from a non-CODA accredited school. He's now the head of the residency, and he's the very guy that can, you know, one of his chief residents this year is going to be graduating. I think he went to Venezuela for dental school. And he's doing his oral surgery residency under Dr. Perez, and he will be the very guy signing off on his certificate that allows him to have an unrestricted license. Yet Dr. Perez can't do that himself. And, you know, I'm just asking for the exception to allow them to kind of come help with my dream of starting this residency. And it's been an uphill battle getting it approved. I guess the only question I would ask is since we're bound by the statutes, is it possible to have a statute change at this upcoming legislative session? And if so, what does that involve?
Ms. Nichols.
So yes, you could request a legislative change, but we're not going to utilize the time here today to discuss how that works and how that happens. I'd be happy to have a conversation with you after the board meeting.
Okay.
As well, I'm sure Dr. McNeil would like to have comments as well as your individual representative House and Senate as
Right.
well. So any questions from the board? Yes, Dr. Yu.
And I personally know Dr. Kazimides, and just a side note that I admire him. He's put his neck out on the line, helping disadvantaged and you know, kids and those that have disabilities. And he does great work. And unfortunately, he needs the help, and the medical school absolutely endorses this residency. And I don't know what's going to become of the residency. I hope it somehow happens for all of our sake. And it just hurts me personally that we can't do anything, because I know, you know, this is the right thing. We are not, I mean, this is definitely protecting the public, and we're not harming the public by having them be able to do this, but yet our hands are tied. So I just want to compliment you, Dr. Kazimides, for all you do. And, you know, excellent surgeon that could have had, I mean, he had an amazing private practice, but decided to help people instead.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we do have a motion, a committee recommendation before us. And this is, I think this is a board exception, request for exception to board rule, case number 2021 Q1 DDS 2. So Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call on this matter?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
4.
Dr. Kirch, 4. Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Dr. David Yu.
Against.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Ms. Lori Jones.
Against.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Ms. Catherine Sisk.
4.
Dr. Tillman, the motion carries.
Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen, again for your service, and hopefully we'll see a change. Dr. Kirsch, committee recommendation for exception to board rule number 2021 Q1 DDS 3. This is our third case, kind of all similar.
Yes, it is. This is another oral surgeon coming from Louisiana. Similar situation, has a faculty license there at the dental school, and wants board exception to the rule to grant him a license to practice here in Texas and Dallas. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Nichols to go over the recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren. I was just checking to see if he is on the line to speak to the board, but it doesn't look like he called in today.
So
We're gonna let Lauren do that.
Lauren?
Board members, just briefly, the committee recommended to deny the request for exception to board rule. The board rule at issue was 101.2 B3.
Very good. Any discussion, board? So we have a committee recommendation. Does Ms. Jones?
So does he have a license or just a faculty license in Louisiana?
For
It's a
my,
faculty.
it was a faculty.
It's only faculty, so not a
Yeah.
general.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call, please?
Dr. David Tillman,
For.
Dr. Kirch in favor, Ms. Palermo,
For.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
For.
Dr. David Yu,
Or
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Or
Dr. Linda Burke,
Or.
Miss Lori Jones,
Or
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Or.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Miss Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Request for exception to board rule recommendation from the committee as it relates to 2021 Q1 DDS 4. Dr. Kirsch.
And I'll turn this over to Miss Nichols as well.
We're on 4 or 5.
We're on 4.
We're on 4.
Thank
Four.
And she is here, present.
Do you want me to?
Yes, could.
He is.
Yeah.
And board members, the committee recommended to deny the request for exception. This is pertaining to rule 101.2 B2.
All right. He is on if the board is ready to hear from him.
Yes, welcome, sir. Can you hear us? You are on mute. You may need to unmute yourself.
Dr. Mundaloo, please unmute yourself.
Manluru, Dr. Manluru.
There's
Hi.
There you go. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
You can address the board. If you could keep your comments to 5 minutes, but we appreciate you being here. And then if you could answer some questions if the board has any of them. Go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Danielle. Everyone, respected board members, as well as the presiding officer. I just wanted to say that in the late 2019 and 2020, 3 new specialties have been added to the American Dental Association. They are dental anesthesiology, oral medicine, and orofacial pain. I am a graduate from ADA specialty orofacial pain and from a CODA-approved program from the USC Dental School. I am hereby to request you to consider my application for granting me a dental license in the state of Texas, because I satisfy all the requirements to obtain a license in the state of Texas.
Very good. Do you have any questions, board, for the doctor? Dr. Henderson, you're on mute.
Thank you. Dr. Manluru, you went to USC for oral facial pain?
Yes.
And you say that's a CODA approved program?
Yes.
And Ms. Nichols, isn't that a requirement to, would that not allow him
to be accepted?
Right. So currently the ADA has approved that specialty. They just have not released their definition yet. But it would be up to the board if they would like to grant him an exception, because we are just waiting to approve that specialty in our own rules once we get a definition.
So I know this is, you and I've discussed this about the anesthesia, and it's been now much longer, and oral facial pain is more recent. I just wanted to clarify that if and when you get the definition from the CODA,
yeah.
not really from ADA, it's the licensing board of specialties or whatever they call it now, then he would be automatically approved?
Yeah, it's my understanding. Christine, please correct me if I'm wrong. That's the only thing we're waiting on.
Can I make a comment here?
Yes.
Yes, I had a conversation with the Catherine Bowman, who's the director of National Commission on Recognition of Dental Specialties and Certifying Boards yesterday, regarding the same issue that the definition is being an issue for granting my license. And she stated that even if the definition is not yet on the ADA website, it's still a specialty and it is recognized by the ADA. And they are going to have a meeting soon to place that definition on the website.
So curiously, tell me about your residency. It wasn't, at the time you attended, it wasn't a CODA approved program. Is that accurate?
No, it is a CODA approved program.
When you went through residency, was
yes.
it not at that time a CODA approved program? And if it wasn't, can you describe the program, the duration, what was discussed and studied?
It was a CODA approved program when I started my residency. Yeah, we started residency. I started residency in 2018 in USC Dental School under Dr. Clark as a program director. And we did a lot of orofacial pain clinical cases. And we have seen a lot of TMJ disorders. We have seen a lot of facial pain involving the trigeminal neuralgia, occipital neuralgia, and facial paralysis in that program. And yeah, we were very well trained under the leadership of Dr. Clark at USC. And when I joined, it is, as I said, it is a CODA approved program.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson and then Dr. Kirsch.
So I just wanted to follow up. Normally, the way these programs work, they go get CODA approval, even though it's not specialty approval, because that's a much longer process. So more than likely, his program was CODA approved before he started, though there was no specialty and not recognized until this.
Yeah.
But only in only in the United States. If he was doing an orofacial pain in some other country, it wouldn't be typically CODA approved.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Kirsten, then Dr. Yu.
Dr. Mundor, do you have a license to practice right now in the state of California?
No, not yet.
Have you taken your board exams?
Yes, I have taken my regional board exams. I have passed my National Dental Board's jurisprudence exam. All the required documents to obtain a license, I have completed all of them.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Yu.
How long was your residency in the US?
It was for 2 years. And I also did 1 year of fellowship in orofacial pain prior to starting my residency program.
Okay, well, the rules say, obviously, if it's 2 years or greater, then you should be able to qualify.
Yeah.
Dr. Henderson. Thank you, Dr. Yu.
Well, I'd like to ask Ms. Mendez, could you briefly run me through this? I mean, obviously went to the committee. Was it just because it was lacking the definition he met every other qualification?
Correct.
So I just wanted to verify that. We certainly don't want to end up in a lawsuit like we did with the anesthesia group. So, I probably would speak in favor of this if all we're waiting for is a definition, because it has been published and has been stated it is a specialty. And if he meets our licensing, I think I would speak against the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree with that as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Nichols.
And just in the committee's defense yesterday, they didn't have the privilege of actually talking with the doctor, and a lot of this information wasn't brought to light, flushed out like it's being done today. So we appreciate you showing up today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nichols. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols, for that. Can I, as a committee chair, can I withdraw that motion?
No, it's currently a committee recommendation. Whether the board determines for itself to follow that recommendation is entirely up to the board. But it's going to continue to be a committee recommendation since that's a part of the record. I'm sorry of that. Dr. Henderson.
So I just wanted to clarify for the board, we would vote this motion down if you wanted to give him a license, and a new motion would have to be made. But just the proper parliamentary procedure.
Thank you. That being said, Dr. McNeil.
I have a question for council. Are we going against statute by doing this? Okay. And I'm in agreement with what Dr. Henderson has proposed.
Very good. So we have a committee recommendation to deny exception to board rule as it relates to 2021 Q1 DES 4. Let's have a roll call. Dr. Kirsch.
Dr. Tillman.
Opposed?
Dr. Kirsch, opposed. Ms. Palermo.
Opposed?
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Against.
Dr. David Yu.
Opposed.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Against.
Miss Lori Jones.
Against.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
Against.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present, and Miss Catherine Sisk.
Opposed.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank Ms. Nichols for bringing this to the forefront that Dr. Muldur was not present yesterday, so we didn't have all the information we have today. And I appreciate him being here today. I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to go ahead and
even though this is I could rule out of order, but I will not, since it relates directly to the previous discussion. I will entertain a motion, Dr. Kirsch.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to grant Dr. Monluro his license.
Motion to approve and seconded by Dr. McNeil. Questions as it relates to approval of a board license? Does everyone understand what we're considering? Dr. McNeil.
I have a question for Ms. Mendez. I appreciate your work, Ms. Mendez. Is this going to cause a problem on your side of the equation at all?
No. We have everything that we need for him as far as to get licensed. It may, I know there's a group of them that just completed this program as well. So I could see those definitely coming through maybe even before the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Melcher.
Question is, do we have to wait until we get the verbiage or it's printed on the website for this to go through, or is we going to pass this automatically?
Ms. Nichols.
You don't need to wait to grant him the license. We just need to wait on the definition for us to pass our rule.
Dr. Henderson.
Technically, that's exactly where I was going to go with this, as opposed to making a motion to give him a license. We make a motion that the agency, anybody that meets Ms. Mendez's qualifications, pending a definition of what oral facial pain. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here discussing this ad nauseum for every licensee that she brings forward. Now, I would just say I direct the agency to accept what specialties that have been recognized pending definitions and qualifications and training of meeting our statute of code approved programs, and leave the agency in charge. It may delay a little bit of initial licensing in this point, but it would save us in future meetings. So that's all I'm speaking of. I didn't make the motion.
So can we have the motion restated, or did we document the motion?
Yeah, it's active. The motion's active.
I just wanted to make sure it was stated, and if there was an amendment to that, if it was a part of the record.
Were you making an amendment to the motion, Dr. Henderson?
Well,
I don't think the new motion was stated. I think
Dr. Kirsch, would you mind stating your motion?
The motion was to go ahead and grant a license. But in lieu of what Dr. Henderson just said, if he wants to amend it, I'm open for an amendment.
So Dr. Henderson, what was your amendment?
So my amendment would be to tag on to his license any future oral facial pain or other recently described or accepted specialty by the, mess up this acronym, it's used to be CODA, but it's the American Board of Special Dental Licensing or something like that. And we allow Ms. Mendez to verify and quantify their education and training to initiate a license pending any future definitions that we have yet to have.
So I was going to try to allow this to be a friendly amendment. That's a significant enough change in the amendment to not be able to consider this a friendly amendment. So we did have a motion by Dr. Keir, seconded, I believe, by Dr. McNeil, and this is a recommendation for amendment to that. Are you wanting to bring this forward as an amendment, Dr. Henderson? If you want to muddy the waters.
No, look, we'll make this easy, and I guess we can address this, or it's in George's licensing committee next, so I'm going to let him handle it himself. I was just trying to make his life easy.
So we have a motion to accept licensure by Dr. Kirsch. Are you withdrawing your amendment, Dr. Henderson, at this time?
I am.
It will come up, I'm sure. Thank you.
Ms. Studdard has a question.
Yes, and just to address Dr. Henderson's amendment, we can do that internally. So we can take that as guidance from you and treat future cases.
It doesn't require a board vote.
It doesn't
for the board to give board staff direction to that matter.
Perfect. That helps everything.
Yep.
So we do have a motion before us. It's been seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. Tillman?
In favor?
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo?
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson?
In favor?
Dr. David Yu?
In favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil?
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke?
In favor.
Ms. Lori Jones?
In favor?
Dr. Margot Melcher?
For.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present, and Ms. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
All right, the motion carries unanimously.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Board, congratulations, Doctor. You'll be in discussions with our staff and look forward to working forward with you as a Texas doctor.
Thank you so much. That's such a great news for today.
Congratulations.
For the weekend too. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Very good. Dr. Kirsch, exception to board rule number, as it relates to 2021 Q1 DDS number 5. This is our
Yes,
fifth.
Dr. Villarreal unfortunately passed away. By rule, he had 1 year to leave his name on his door. COVID hit. His wife is trying to sell the practice and wanted an extension or an exception to board rule for 6 more months. And the committee came together and granted unanimously an additional 6 months for her to try to sell the practice.
Thank you. So the committee has a recommendation to approve an extension beyond the 6 months. And that is a committee recommendation. Does it need a second? Any discussion, board? Seeing none, why don't we vote by hand, get our hands working again. All in favor of the motion, vote. Let's vote with your hand. And that's Ms. Jones. In favor of Dr. Tillman, Dr. Burke, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Yu, Dr. Henderson, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Melcher, and Dr. Kirsch, and Dr. McNeil. And then absent Mr. Bustamante. That passes. Thank you, board. Dr. Kirsch, you're not done yet.
No, Dr. Mary James is next. She is a South Carolina dentist. Took her board exams in June, or took them in March, got them approved in June of 2015. Started an orthodontic residency 2 years ago, so she had been practicing for 3. During the COVID, she was trying to get her license. She fell outside of the 5 years, and we went ahead and made an exception to board rule and go ahead and grant her her license here in Texas. Did I get that right, Ms. Nichols?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So we have
this is 4 months after the 5 years, right?
Correct. And
yeah, she tried, David, and with COVID, there was some board communication issues. She states the board was available at all times, the staff was. So we don't know where the breakdown came in communication, but we gave her the benefit of the doubt on that.
Okay.
And Dr. James is on the line if the board would like to, she'd like to address the board.
Certainly. Let's, could you let her in?
Good morning.
Dr. James, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Speaking to the board, you will have the floor for, if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes and then entertain questions if you could.
Yes, sir.
We've had the discussion and understand the issue, and you're welcome to speak to the board.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Of course, I don't want to take up too much of your time again today, but just wanted to thank you all for having me and the board for having me and taking the time to listen to my situation. I'm happy to go ahead and explain my story again if needed, but I do truly appreciate all the work that you have done and cannot thank you enough for allowing me to be here today.
Very good. Does the board have questions? Okay, seeing no questions, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and have a roll call. Dr. Kirsch?
Dr. David Tillman?
4.
Dr. Kirch, 4. Ms. Lois Palermo?
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson?
4.
Dr. David Yu?
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil?
4.
Dr. Linda Burke?
4.
Miss Lori Jones?
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher?
4.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is absent, and Mrs. Catherine Sisk.
4.
The motion carries unanimously. Dr. James, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Dr. Kirsch, request for reinstatement of voluntary surrendered license 2020-01091.
And this is Dr. Leon James. It's a different Dr. James. He surrendered his license 3 years ago. There were several board orders against him that were not completed, and his attorney advised him to surrender his license, and he did unknowingly surrender. And I asked him point blank yesterday why he surrendered his license, and he said, because my attorney told me to. So I'll turn this over to Ms. Nichols, and she can add some further comments.
So I'm sorry, the committee recommendation is to
deny.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. So, and Dr. Tillman, he is not on the line. He's not called in to speak to the board today. So do you have anything? We have nothing further to add. Dr. Kirsch covered it all.
Very good.
The recommendation was denial.
Any questions, board? Discussion? Seeing none, let's do a hand vote again. All in favor with your hand? That's in favor of Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Burke, Ms. Sis, Dr. Yu, Dr. Henderson, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Melcher, and Dr. Kirsch, and Dr. McNeil, and absent is Mr. Bustamante. It passes. Thank you. Registered dental assistant request for CE provider application. Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, again, this is a course that's it's providing dental assistance, and I know Dr. Melcher had a concern about one of the issues on this with the live patient portion. Is there a representative from the Houston Community College from this course that we can hear from, so she could address Dr. Melcher's concern?
Yes, Dr. We're adding her now. Ms. Garza? Is it?
Ms. Garza, you are need to unmute yourself, and then you will have the floor. Are you there? You need to unmute yourself if you could, so that you can speak with us. Are you there?
She's on.
You're on.
There we go.
There we go. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Rosalinda Garza.
Welcome.
The director for
floor.
that's covering this course for this area. Prashant Harjai is also on with us.
Yes, if you could keep your comments to 5 minutes.
Program manager.
The board may have some questions for you as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Garza, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Ms. Garza? you are unmuted. You need to turn up your volume.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay. Do you have a number we can call her at?
Yes.
Board members, we will give her a call and let her know that we're trying to speak to her.
So did she say that somebody else was on the line? Who else was on the line?
Dr. Tillman?
Yes.
I will say the committee voted unanimously to approve this course. I know
that's accurate, but
Dr. Melcher wanted clarification on Part 5C.
Gotcha.
And that's to provide appropriate supervision by licensed Texas dentist in the course has a clinical component involving live patient. We wanted to know what the live patient component was. Are they going to a dental office or are they bringing live patients in to the facility? And I don't want to speak for Dr. Melcher, but I believe that's what she was asking.
Sure.
Dr. Kirch, this is Dr. Melcher. I just
Yes, ma'am.
respectfully, I just want to correct you that we had I think it was 3-2 vote on that. I think Ms. Palermo and I voted against that.
Oh, I'm
yesterday.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
And you are correct that, yes, I just wanted to get information about what they consider live patients, because from my understanding with the dental assisting program, usually their students will go and shadow or observe a dentist. My concern was bringing in patients into their program, live patients for this educational experience.
Right.
So that's what I just wanted to make sure about.
So you want clarification. It's okay
Yes,
for them to go to a dentist. You don't want them bringing live
correct.
patients.
Right.
Okay.
I just wanted the verbiage to be changed to like at a rotation or internship, something like that.
And if I could impart, we've had dental students come and be a part of our
Yeah, they have me in a waiting room too.
Can you hear us? Ms. Garza? X her out of the meeting and we'll invite her back in after.
If I X her out, it makes it where you.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
All the dentists.
So if I could, we're trying to get some technical issues figured out, but while we are waiting, I have had dental assisting students with me, and they typically work directly with the patient, assisting me directly, assisting on cases with the person. Now, it depends on the program. I'm certain that they could be viewing the whole time, but in our case, we have the students work. That's what the programs around Fort Worth want. They want hands-on experience for the dental assistant so the dental assistant can get familiar. That's just our particular experience. That's been our experience in the past. So I'll entertain some questions. Ms. Jones.
Yeah, so I guess my understanding of this course is that it's just the 8-hour review and the exam. Like I get hands-on clinical experience at some programs, like when programs include that, but we're not approving a program. We're just approving the 8-hour course and the exam.
Exactly.
Okay, so we shouldn't have hands-on in that instance.
Clarification. Dr. Yu.
Well, yeah, and that was part of my question, is that why does she need a board approval for a program when Houston Community College is CODA approved, and the umbrella of this program should be CODA approved enough to be sponsored, by them. And my question also is that how would this, I mean, are they asking for to be a provider for CE, or is it just approval of the course, which I don't know why we need to do that if the Houston Community College assisting program should be able to sponsor them to do this.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Yes, so we do have to approve these RDA courses. They can only be approved through agencies such as CODA schools. So even though they're under the HTC umbrella, they're teaching their CODA program. But if they want to do this dental assistant course where they do the 8-hour training review and exam, then that's what we have to approve as a board.
Hi, Mr. Matthews. This is Rosie Garza.
Hi, this is Prashant Harjai with Houston Community College as well.
Okay, so I know they can hear me.
Can you guys
but I
hear
feel
me?
Like we're getting everybody talking at the same time, so it's kind of hard to see who's directing questions at us.
Could you take her off again, please?
Take her off again.
Just
Yeah, go ahead.
Just following up on what Ms. Jones was saying, it's not for CE, it's for to approve this organization as a provider under our board rule 114.21.
Very good.
That's a totally different matter. So
Thank
the
you.
only other individual that we've allowed as a CE provider is Boyd Shepherd. And we're gonna,
Right,
are we allowing, that's different?
Completely.
Right. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. And I don't know if this came up yesterday, but the program director is a physical therapist. Does she have any dental assisting education or experience?
They were not there, so we were not able to hear from them yesterday.
Prashant's nodding his head.
Hi, I'm from Houston Community College and I'm the program member. Could I address some of the questions that have come up, if that's okay with the board? I think the first question that came up was related to the whether the course is going to have a clinical component with the live patients. So this course, based on the Texas Administrative Code, and we looked at it again yesterday, it does not have any clinical component, and it does not have any live patient. It is the 8-hour didactic course with the test that we have submitted for the board's consideration. So I think that was question one. But please tell me if there's any other questions regarding that as well.
Yes, and Dr. Henderson.
Yes, this is Dr. Melcher. So therefore, if there is not a clinical component, are y'all willing to take out that Part C on that agreement then?
So as far as the agreement is concerned, the agreement was a standard form which was shared by TSBDE with us. The agreement verbiage that is there, and I'm going to read it verbatim off there: to provide appropriate supervision by a licensed Texas dentist if the clinical has a clinical component involving live patients. And we agreed to it because we knew the course didn't have a clinical component and it wouldn't involve live patients. If that would be the board's recommendation, we would be more than happy to remove that particular section, because even by us signing it, it will not apply to this particular course. Dr. Melcher. And
That's my only thing. Yes, if y'all could take that off of your agreement. Thank you.
So I would take this as an amendment, Dr. Melcher's addition to the recommendation to accept. Would that be acceptable? And if so, by Dr. Melcher's amended recommendation, I will need a second for that. And then we will discuss the amendment that was brought forward by Dr. Melcher. Dr. McNeil seconds that motion for the modification of verbiage. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, let's have a vote on just specifically on the amendment. And
to remove Part 5C live patient portion.
Thank you.
All right, David Tillman. Dr. Tillman.
In favor.
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
In favor.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
In favor.
Ms. Lori Jones.
For.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante, absent. Mrs. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
The motion carries with the amendment.
So we have an amended motion before us. Any further discussion before we entertain a vote?
So I want some kind of clarification. Was it brought up yesterday in the committee as far as Mrs. Garza being a physical therapist? Does she have any dental assisting experience?
Mr. Harjai, could you
Yes, sir.
information about that?
Yes, yes. So the course we've from an organization perspective, we are hoping that this course will serve our Houston Community College dental assistant students and also dental assistant students that are graduating from other schools in our community. So we are targeting both our HCCDA students and students that are non-HCCDA students. So when it came organizationally as to where, who's going to have their name on the application, even though the course is housed under the dental assistant program, we put our name on there because organizationally we are able to serve both our Houston Community College DA students and our students in the community. We are currently doing that for our surgical tech program, medical lab program. And so that's why we are from the continuing education department.
Can I interrupt him real quick?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Henderson's question was, does Ms. Perez have any educational background?
In dentistry.
In dentistry.
So you mean Miss Garza?
I mean Garza, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, yes. So Ms. Garza is a physical therapist. She's here. What we have done is we've worked with the faculty and the program director, Ms. Kay Jukes, who are both dental assistants, and they've developed the course. We are just facilitating the development and the delivery of the course. It is actually the dental assistant faculty, the dental assistant program director that have developed, and they're going to be delivering the course, sir.
Perfect. That answers my question. Thank you. Dr. Henderson, does that satisfy your question?
Well, yes. And so makes me question that does the program director on the application then need to be the person who's actually going to be teaching it as opposed to Mrs. Garza?
Sorry, is that a question for me, sir?
It's possibly to you, possibly to the board.
Let me ask, who would approve this? Would this be through Ms. Mendez, Christine?
It would have gone through her division.
Is there an issue with having an individual different as the program director as the person that teaches it? Is there an issue with our board?
Christine.
Have you been listening in?
Yes, sir, I have been listening in. And honestly, this is the first one that's come through. The rules do not require that the person be a dentist, hygienist, or dental assistant on the application. However, if the board would like for us to make that change moving forward, we can certainly accommodate that request.
Do you see a problem under this hierarchy, Ms. Garza not being, is there an issue moving forward with this approval, or do we need to get those ducks in a row before we come back before the board?
I don't see an issue with it. If you're asking me, Dr. Tillman, I don't see an issue with it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Dr. Yu.
So I'm a little bit confused. Is the approval the institution name, Houston Community College System, or is the approval the course director?
Ms. Mendez.
So I can respond if you guys would allow me to. So currently, Houston Community College offers a dental hygiene program that is approved. However, based on our board rules, in order for them to offer the dental assistant course, as Ms. Jones said earlier, per our rules, they have to be board approved as well. So currently, and I talked to Mr. Prashant as well to get clarification about this, is that they offer the course, but they cannot issue the student a completion certificate that we, the agency, will accept because they are not on our approved list for dental assistant registration course.
So that's the issue for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, this is a motion, an amended motion to approve. Dr. Kearse, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
4.
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
For.
Dr. David Yu,
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
For.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Ms. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Or,
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present, and Mrs. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you, committee, and thank you. Relate our appreciation to Ms. Garza. We're sorry for the technical issues, but we navigated it and we appreciate your help.
Thank you so much to the board and Ms. Mendez and everybody for all your help. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay. Dr. Kirsch, committee recommendation and possible action, potential amendment to 22 Texas Administrative Code 101.2, license by examination.
Okay, this is a committee rule that we have looked at and really trying to do what's best for the public here in Texas. And as the rule reads right now, the REB, CETA, all the examination boards that we have control of how we do our board exams. And by adding the live patient component, we take back a little control of that. And I understand there's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons with this. There really are. I've heard stories from dental students that using live patients, the patients are extorting money from them. They're not going to show up. In fact, one of our board members expressed to me a concern that they had when they took their board exam, that the patient ripped off their rubber dam and walked out, and this individual failed the board and had to wait a year to take the exam. So it is a big concern having a live patient, but in reality, when we practice on live patients. We don't practice on typodonts, we don't practice on mannequins and things of that nature. So I will turn it over to Ms. Nichols to explain what we have changed it to.
So the committee has made a recommendation, and I guess Ms. Nichols is going to clarify.
Yes, for dental examination and hygiene examination as well. And it was voted unanimously by the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols.
Yes, so thank you, Dr. Pierce. So this amendment was discussed at our June 5th board meeting, and it was just a discussion point at that time. The committee did make a recommendation to the board to proceed with a rule amendment. The board agreed, and so that's what's before you today is a proposal, a rule amendment proposal. This amendment will update the language to clarify that clinical examinations must use live patients, except in certain unforeseeable circumstances as determined by the board, which would prohibit a live patient exam. This amendment would also recognize that the Northeast Regional Board became the Commission on Dental Competency. Just for clarification for everyone where we are procedurally, this rule, dependent on what comes out of the board today, will first need to go to the governor's office for review. And then pending their approval, it will not actually go to the Texas Register unless the governor's office gives us the green light to proceed with publication.
And then it will go to the register for public comment.
Exactly. And just so you also know, we have a few people that have asked to comment on these rules today. So we were thinking it might be best to have them speak to you all before we do our vote versus have them speak at the end.
Thank you. Yes.
While it's more timely.
Yep. Do we have those individuals?
Whoever's first on the list.
Joy. She is being let in. Let's allow them to speak, and board, if you have questions for them, that would be appropriate. Joy, are you available? Are you with us?
Yes, sir. Can everyone see and hear me?
Yes, if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes and then answer board questions as it relates to this issue.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Nissan. I'm a third-year dental student at UT Houston, and I'm here to represent the American Student Dental Association, where I serve as District 9 trustee and Houston chapter president. First, I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak with all of you this morning on a matter that is very important to dental students. licensure. ASDA and I greatly respect your duties and responsibilities as board members to protect public health and safety, as well as promoting high quality and safe dental care. As a dental student, I can say that the board and dental students are fighting and working towards that exact same goal. With that being said, we are strongly urging the board to refrain from adding live patient to the ruling on dental licensure. Our stance and argument in this matter has been laid out in a letter that has been addressed and submitted to all of you and has been signed by all Texas ASDA chapter presidents. This past year with COVID, we recognize the virus has created many challenges for our profession, especially in the topic of licensure. And during these extraordinary times, we appreciate your willingness and efforts to accept alternative examinations for this previous graduating class. This alternative exam has provided appropriate simulations during COVID that testing agencies deem to be valid and reliable in a way to stimulate patient experience. As dental students, we'd like to see a continuation of non-patient-based licensure exams in Texas, even after COVID-19 has passed. Overall, we see a trend in our nation moving towards a direction of simulated examinations, and we'd like to see Texas move forward as well. As stated in the beginning, we greatly respect your duty to protect the public, and this is also in our interest, which is why we are strongly urging the board to refrain from requiring clinical dental licensing examinations to include live patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Joy? Yes, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you so much for that discussion that sort of clearly states your case. You know, it was mentioned earlier in this meeting about how the failure rates are actually oftentimes higher on mannequins versus live patients, just because there can be a closer examination of the work. Is that something that sort of has ever been discussed with your group? Is that a concern on the student front?
Not so much that I've heard recently. I think a lot of the students who have graduated are in great appreciation for the acceptance of the alternative exam and are more comfortable ethically in regards to the exam as well. I've heard a lot of upperclassmen who have had horror stories, as Dr. Kirsch has shared, of patients having to wait on treatment, you know, students needing to pay patients to come in to ensure their attendance for these exams. So I definitely think the failure rate is not so much a concern, since we believe that it is more ethical and a better way to judge how a dental student will practice after graduation.
Yes, again, Dr. McNeil.
And just so I can clarify, I was that individual that failed my operative section as the patient ripped off the rubber dam, and I had to retake it 1 year later as an oral surgery resident with no remediation, hadn't done an operative procedure in a year, and was able to pass it on the second go round. So don't try to take my license away, Dr. Henderson. I did eventually pass it.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. And I knew that you could pass it because of your ability of education and experience, even without remediation. There was no doubt that exam is that difficult. But I would like to speak to Joy, if I can. Could you tell me what your clinical experience is currently like in the institution where you are? Are you seeing live patients? Are you seeing the same number of patients you were doing before?
Dr. Henderson, thank you so much for that question. I'd be more than happy to speak about my current clinical experience. So I'm currently a third year. I began seeing live patients the second semester of my second year, and then we were halted due to COVID. Currently, our clinic situation for dental students is that we are paired. So I am in a clinical team with a fourth year and a second year, and we have to see patients in pairs in order to control aerosols with patients. At first, there was a little hesitance towards it because we can only work at half capacity in our clinic. But after some practice, I do have to say, I do appreciate the partnership environment. I'm learning a lot from my fourth year mentor on procedures I've never seen before as a third year, and I'm also assisting in these procedures. And it's also an opportunity for me to teach a second year dental student with a live patient in the chair. So yes, we are seeing live patients. There are modifications that need to be met according, to Texas laws and rules regarding the virus. But I do think the school is doing a great job in preparing us. Over the summer, when we had clinic interruption, we were practicing and working on mannequins in order to increase our clinical skills. And that has given me a lot of confidence for when I do work on a patient and do operative procedures. I think even though it was a mannequin, it did positively impact me on my future clinical experiences.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
So to follow up with a question, I'm going to assume it's your institution's decision to limit 50% patient procedures in the clinic, because the board has no rule that limits the number of patients that can be. Is that?
I believe that is correct, Dr. Henderson.
And so do you get credit for observing a fourth year student doing a procedure? So if a fourth year procedure is doing perio surgery, you get credit for that surgery assisting them?
Yes, sir. So we have what we call team productivity units now, where I have to have a certain number of assists in certain, topics in dentistry in order to fulfill these credits. So if it's my patient, I get credit for it. If I'm assisting, I also get credit, and we're graded by each other as the dental student provider and assistant, and we're also graded by our faculty on how well we worked as a team and how well we worked with that patient.
So technically you're graded by your assisting skills?
I am graded by my assisting skills, but I'm also graded based off of how well I help my fourth year and the knowledge I provide during the procedure.
Thank you.
Joy, I've got a quick question for you. This is Dr. Kirch. I somehow have a problem or concern when we use the word unethical and live subject. That is very bothersome to me. They're not subjects, they're patients. And unethical, whether you're an unethical student, you're going to be an unethical dentist. So I really don't like that word being thrown out when we're talking about doing an examination. We're either going to do it right or we're not going to do it at all. And you're not the only one that mentioned this. This has been mentioned in quite a bit of the letters that we've received. And I do have a problem with that. I really do. It bothers me that, and I understand a class 2 indigent lesion, you could remineralize or you're going to go ahead and prep. Well, if you're in practice, you're going to have that same situation. And hopefully you make that right decision when the time comes. So that's all I've got to say about that.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. I'd echo those comments and sentiments. If you're practicing on live patients as a dental student, are you being unethical?
Exactly.
That begs the question. So, certainly we have to get experience, right? And these patients come to us knowingly under the understanding that this is a dental student, or that they're in an examination under a strict timed requirement and requirements as far as standard of care as well in the performance of the examination. So I appreciate your comments, Dr. Kirsch. I think Dr. McNeil was on, and then Dr. Melcher.
Briefly, with all due respect, I'm on the opposite side of the equation. I think using human test subjects when appropriate simulations are okay. I have a problem with that. I would have a problem with my son sitting as a class 2 patient in a examination where the practitioner is actually more nervous than the patient is. Usually it's the other way around.
So if I could, Dr. McNeil, do you have a concern with us working as dental students on patients in that situation, which is, again, a similar situation?
It's similar, but I don't think it's exactly the same. Obviously, patients come into a dental school and you have more active participation with faculty during that procedure, as opposed to having less interaction from a licensed dentist during the examination.
And yet we're going to let these students graduate and start working on patients. I don't understand the difference.
Okay, Dr. Melcher.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Joy. Just wanted to ask you from your, you mentioned that I know y'all speak with your upperclassmen and the graduating. How did they feel that the mannequin testing was for them? Just out of curiosity.
I haven't spoken to many of the fourth years that graduated, but from those who I have spoken to, they didn't mind the mannequin alternative. It was kind of something obviously that the board had to decide last minute and put into effect. But I think it took a lot of the stress out of trying to get their patients in because they had screened for these patients before COVID had happened. They had things in place, or some of them didn't even have patients ready for the exam. So I think having a mannequin-based alternative licensure exam was a big relief for them during that very stressful time.
Yeah, I think for me, it was just, you know, I think y'all did, you know, we had to do what we could during this time. But my concern when, you know, I've heard y'all speak is about it being unethical or flawed. And so that's where, you know, I'm starting to now really get a different perspective on it. And I appreciate y'all bringing that to our attention. And please know that as a board member, we, you know, especially for me, I want to make sure that this is fair all across the board. And I appreciate y'all bringing these things to our attention.
Very good. If we do have some other speakers, if we could, with the board's permission, allow the next speaker. And then Joy, again, we appreciate your coming before the board and all the best in the rest of this year and next year. And
thank you, Joy.
We'll let you go and appreciate your work.
Thank you for today's opportunity.
Thank you, Joy.
Who is next?
John Valencia. Is it John Valencia?
Dean?
I see two of them, so I'm letting them both in. I don't know
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. And one may be an iPhone or whatever. Dr. Valenza?
Nope. No. There we go. Just needs to unmute.
If you could unmute Dr. Valenza. You are unmuted. You can speak to the board. Good morning, sir.
Can you hear me?
Indeed.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I guess you're getting a 1-2 punch here with me following Joy, but she's a tough act to follow. But I wanted to first thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Valenza. I'm a native Texan, alum of the UT School of Dentistry at Houston, and fortunate to have served in many roles at my alma mater, including director of our general practice residency program, clinical dean, and since 2009, dean. Today to speak against the proposal that was unanimously approved yesterday by the licensing committee to formally add the verbiage live patient to the criteria for licensure examination. It's not my intent to speak so much today about what we're doing in dental education relative to licensure, although I'm happy to take questions, but rather about protecting the public. I was disappointed at the committee's comments yesterday on this matter. Members never considered other alternatives that were evidence-based, as was so eloquently noted by fourth-year dental student, Ms. Jeannie Binder, who spoke on behalf of ASDA as well. The agenda began with a comment that the licensing boards are in control over the state dental boards as to the content of the exams. And by gosh, we committee members all had to test on a live patient, so shouldn't today's grad. That in order to treat live patients, you have to test on them. But that's the way it was for me, so that's the way it should be for everyone today. Is dentistry the same as it was 10, 20, 30 plus years ago? Do we all practice the same way today? Do we teach the same way? Certainly not in the last 6 months. But we generally test the same way, at least with regard to the insistence by some that it has to be a one-shot weekend exam that includes human subjects. And I do use the word human subjects intentionally when it comes to one-shot weekend exams. So I ask, do you feel we're protecting the public better by evaluating someone prepping one tooth or scaling one quadrant in 4 hours on one patient versus a thorough assessment of their clinical decision-making, communication, ethics, and professionalism. As many of you may recall, there used to be an organization named the Western Conference of Dental Examiners and Dental School Deans that met each summer. I had the honor of being president one year in the late 1990s. In my role as president, I was responsible for the annual program, which that year the topic was the use of human subjects in licensing exams. One highlight of the program was the discussion about what are the most common disciplinary and related infractions by licensees that state boards review and rule on. The answer was those that are related to clinical decision-making, diagnosis and treatment planning, ethics, professionalism, communication, and other similar activities, not how well someone prepared or restored a tooth. These areas, and yes, also technical performance, be the foundation of how dentists and dental hygienists are evaluated for licensure. Now, I can't speak to the breakdown of disciplinary actions that this board has reviewed over the last several years, but you can. Have you attempted to utilize this and other data to decide how best to evaluate dentists and dental hygienists today for the state of Texas, rather than that's the way we've always done it, or that's the way board members had to do it? I understand the argument that in order to perform procedures on live patients, it requires demonstrating competency in many secondary areas, such as administering local anesthesia, negotiating the tongue and saliva, etc., as was noted yesterday in the licensing committee meeting. But the irony is, sad as it may sound, that a dentist or dental hygienist taking the licensing exam can successfully complete the live patient portion of the exam, yet also be unethical, unprofessional, have poor clinical judgment, and poor communication in the process of recruiting, managing, or treating human subjects. And I say human subjects again when it applies to the one-shot weekend exam. You know, I have a strong distaste for dental hygiene curricula in dental schools that are focused on counting things. Graduates need to do as much clinical dentistry as possible while in school. Absolutely they do. About how today's grads don't do as much as we all did back in the good old days. And that's true. But back then we also didn't do implants, veneers, remineralization of teeth, digital dentistry, a curriculum in ethics, and so much more. Texas State Board feels the tail is wagging the dog with a perspective that licensing boards are dictating to the states the content of the exam, then fine, let's change it. And maybe someday we'll have better simulation technology to include virtual patients for the evaluation of technical procedures. In the meantime, if we're going to include live patients, then let's challenge our testing agencies to develop an evidence-based patient component of the process that considers a body of work of the dentist or dental hygienist rather than a one-shot weekend exam that stipulates the inclusion of human subjects. Let me be clear, I'm not advocating using mannequins on the licensing exam for assessing technical competency, in spite of what had to happen this past summer, or eliminating live patients from the overall evaluation process. In favor of human subjects being part of the one-shot weekend exam. And if we want to talk about protecting the public, let's also talk about evaluating the dentists and dental hygienists on the basis of patient-centered care as it relates to standards, quality of care outcomes, communication, ethics, and professionalism, just like we in dental education teach today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Valenza?
I've got a quick question. Hey, John, it's George Kirch. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good. And we spoke yesterday before my committee meeting, and I appreciate your time as always. So, are you recommending not having a board exam at all? So, if we're going to examine the student as a whole, as his whole work, then why put him through an exam?
Well, as you know, dental education, some in dental education have argued that, well, they go through this whole 4 years for dental, 2 years for dental hygiene, and surely by the end of that, if they graduate, they should be automatically eligible for licensure. No, I don't. I believe the state, through the state board, has a fundamental purpose in licensing those individuals. So I'm not saying do away with the board. I'm just saying let's have an exam that tests what we really hold to be most important. Now, you may say, well, hey, delivering technical procedures and all that comes with that is what's most important. I'm just saying the human subject presence on the one-shot weekend exam is not the answer. Yes, it has been there for as long as we've all been around, but you know, we have so much more in technology and what we're teaching today in the dental school curriculum that we continue to over-focus on counting things and that technical experience on the board that I think, again, I think that in treating patients should be part of the assessment, just not that one-shot weekend. So, you know, California's looked at portfolios. New York has got residency requirements. I'm not here today to go down either of those paths as it is. Not to say that I'm opposed to them, but I just think that we have a golden opportunity from learning from the COVID crisis of a better way than what we've been doing.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. Hey, Dean, I have a question. You know,
yes, sir.
Philosophically, I believe that the teaching institutions have a duty to weed out students that are unethical, because you've seen them for 4 years, that are doing poor job, making bad choices, overdiagnosing, overtreating, or actually injuring people as part of their education. And so I philosophically think that should be done. Now, I'm going to tell you as a Rev examiner, the Texas schools typically, as I've examined it, all 3 of them, do a really nice job preparing their students if you want to assume everybody you're looking at is a Texas graduate, which we know is not true. Unlike many other places across the country, we in Texas have to defend not just for our educated people in Texas, but those that are also educated in New York and Florida and California.
Very good.
And so we have a duty to ensure those hand skills are done. If you feel that maybe a weekend isn't enough, does it require 3 different weekends before we give them a license? As you mentioned, New York, 1 year is what they've determined of a residency of some form, whether it's general practice or oral surgery. So, you know, there's somewhere in there, I think most students would like to say they could get a license walking out of dental school. And I would say that would be great. I'm going to say the failure rate typically is 2 to 3%. I'm going to ask the deans to send the names of the 3% of their class that isn't going to get a Texas license. So you're going to say, well, I can't do that. And so we're kind of at this predicament of where do we go with this? And I agree with you. The mannequin exam, a second-year dental student should have been able to perform that. There was, in my opinion, very little learned as an examiner on a typodont. I would expect that person who could do that to go into the clinic and treat clinical patients. So a licensed COVID 2020 is going to mean something different to a lot of people than anybody else. But the point is, we're in an opportunity where we can make something for Texas. It may not be the end all, but it was better than what we did last year, in my opinion. And that's all I have to say. Any comments, you're welcome to.
I'd love to, thank you. And I appreciate those comments. You know, we could spend a lot of time talking about ethics and can you teach a dental student ethics? Is the individual so molded by the time they get to dental school that they can't learn ethics? And that makes me think of our stance with academic integrity in general. There's been plenty of nice studies that have shown if you tell students it is not okay to cheat, you can impact the incidence of cheating. Now, can you permanently change somebody's behavior with a curriculum in ethics in dental school and whatnot? You know, that's tougher to prove. But I often have conversations with faculty about what are the things that are most important for a dental student to be successful. And they don't talk they don't list number one, the technical skills. They talk about the student has to be present, both physically and mentally. The student has to be coachable. The student has to be motivated, as I said, to learn. So, diagnosis, treatment planning, ethics, and those sort of things. And so when I talk with especially other dental school deans, and we all complain about maybe what students do or don't do, my response is we are to blame. We educators, if that's the model of assessment we put out there in front of the students, well, then we shouldn't be complaining that that's the behavior that we get. So at our school, this issue of pairing up students we did not start talking about this due to COVID. We've been talking about pairing up students over a year ago. And at this point, based on what we've seen, and it's very early, we're just barely a month into the semester, we expected to do this on a permanent basis because of what we believe in the learning. But we have to change our assessment model in our school, that instead of diagnosis and treatment planning and ethics weighing this much, it weighs a lot more, as well as, again, clinical decision making. And not to say that technical assessment isn't important, but we have to rebalance this in our students' minds. And I think that aligns also, we could have a whole discussion about CODA, what CODA has in black and white for us schools, as well as then on the other end of licensure testing.
Ms. Jones, I think you had your hand up next.
Thank you. And thank you, Dean Valenza, for being with us today.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
you taking the time. So and I just have a quick question. Would you rather see us make a rule that's more congruent with what we value on an exam versus putting in live patient?
My advice would be to leave the language as it is at the moment, but begin a process, because this isn't something you obviously change overnight, but begin a process to reassess what should we be testing for? What should I be evaluating for in my school? And I've addressed the conversations we're having as we speak, and not just because of COVID about that. But also, what are the things that we should be testing for, especially relevant to what you see as board members with disciplinary actions that come before you? What is it that you see that, hey, what are we missing in the testing of individuals? As Dr. Henderson noted, in schools, hopefully addressing students who don't deserve a degree or should be eliminated from the curriculum. So I don't think the answer in response to especially COVID is to add prescriptive verbiage of live patients at this time. I think we should all work together and look at, just like I'm going to look at, how should I be assessing students in school? How can we better assess graduates? And I certainly am sensitive to the challenge of those who are coming from out of state, and there's less familiarity about their backgrounds.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions for Dr. Valenza?
Dr. McNeil in the queue.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dean, so much for those thoughtful comments. To sort of address your question of what do we see from a disciplinary action standpoint, it's exactly what you talked about. There's ethics issues, there's record keeping issues. Now there's also failure of standard of care of operative dentistry. And the vast majority of people who have an SOC violation, an operative dentistry component, have passed a live examination. That's in part why I brought up the fact that I had a live human subject rip off the rubber dam. I didn't remediate. I actually got worse in a year of being an oral surgery resident as opposed to getting better. I didn't do a filling in a year. Dr. Perez, who we just spoke to and was not able to give him an appropriate license, is a highly qualified oral and maxillofacial surgeon that's doing complicated TMJ surgery. I don't want him to do a class 2 restoration on me as a patient, as he said, if he has to take a board exam. So I appreciate your thoughtfulness. My big concern here is there's a general movement towards a lot of those issues that you talked about in the licensing community, in the educational environment. 20 years ago, as you said, during the late 90s, you were in a position seeing that. So was I. And it does take time. And this is not an overnight thing. And we change this rule, you know, Texas has taken a step back, in my opinion.
I agree. Thank you.
Anybody else? You know, if I could jump in as a Reb examiner as well, my concern is in the examination of a non person, of a mannequin or what. If say you numb up the patient, you've got a class 2 on the lower left first molar, and you give an inferior alveolar block, how does that replicate it? How is your competency, other than a patient, how is that evaluated? Because say you miss the block, that's one instance, but then let's say you get the block, but the person has a perfusion on the mesiolingual cusp from the lingual. And so instinctively, now you numb up the tongue to get that infiltration, to get that nerve. Those kind of skills aren't going to be tested on a mannequin. Let's say you put a clamp on a patient, right? And the gums have nerve fibers, and yet if you put it on a mannequin, the rubbers are going to respond to the nerve fibers that are stimulated in a live patient. You know, when we did our exams, you know, there was a lot about case selection. I don't want to let the word out for myself, but I was as well with Dr. McNeil. During my first exam, I put 2 dyes for full coverage restorations for onlays in the same kiln, and they were left open by patients that were going in and out. Now that could be a mannequin or with a patient. Now we don't cast restorations now per se, but that was a part of the exam. And because the oven was left open, I had 2 miscasts. I had to wait a couple of months because of those miscasts, because the ovens were left open and the restoration wasn't completely cast. So in any situation, whether you're talking about a mannequin or whatever, there are going to be, you know, problems. But my concern is that even, you know, anybody can test a 5-degree taper on a restoration, or whether you were into affected dentin or whether you got into the nerve, but there are a lot of little subtle differences that are going to happen in a one instance or a situation that you're talking about where you're tested on one weekend, whether you're talking about a mannequin or a patient, and there are always going to be compromises, and you have to work within those. Do you have a response, Dr. Valenza?
Well, you know, you brought up a lot of good example isolated experiences. Now, maybe 100 take the exam and, 10 of them have a similar experience you had. But I mean, don't we want to equitably evaluate everybody? I think the testing process has definitely gotten fairer. Certainly from when I took the exam and what I remember. But, this, not to take up much more of your time, but this plays into our curriculum in simulation. Simulation is huge now, as you know, in dental schools. Everybody does it, but it's primarily a preclinical teaching format in the first 2 years on how to prepare teeth in most schools. And we do that. But we do simulation in the 3rd and 4th year as well. And what's the driver on that? The driver is, one thing we don't talk about in dental education that much, is that all students have different clinical experiences. They may do similar numbers of things, but their patients are all different. We set out to create a simulation curriculum nearly a decade ago now, that 3rd and 4th year students rotate to our simulation clinic as part of their clinical time. It's not, in our minds, it's not preclinical training, it's clinical. And so in a nutshell, the end game we have sought, and I believe we're achieving, is we can say when our students graduate, they all treated a variety of patients in clinic under a variety of faculty, but they all treated the same family of virtual patients in simulation. These are the same patient for every student. This is a scripted a protocol that we go through that the faculty follows. So it's a great way to calibrate faculty as well. So I think that's where we need to move more towards in dental education. And I think COVID has done some of that. We, like most other dental schools, created a virtual clinical curriculum. And I'm not just talking about the mannequins. I'm talking about case-based teaching, decision-making based teaching. We created that from nothing in a couple of weeks back in March. And while our students who graduated here recently, maybe some of them didn't have as much technical experience in classes, the classes of 2020, dental and dental hygiene, had a way more robust experience in clinical decision-making with virtual patients. And again, I think we need to rebalance what we're doing in schools and then the assessment for licensure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Valenza, thank you for your time and your work, and all the best in the future.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Anybody else in the queue? We've got another.
And our next participant is actually speaking on 103.2, but it's the same discussion topic. So if the board's okay with it, we'll let her speak now. And then she's the last one.
Very good. Tamarian, you are in. Are you unmuted where you can speak to us? Are you there? Anybody else in the queue? We've got another.
Please turn off your streaming in the background. Actually speaking on 103.2, but it's the same discussion topic. So if the board's okay with it, we'll let Marian, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
There's an echo and there's a delay here. If you could turn that off, that would help.
Pause the YouTube channel.
Pause the YouTube channel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could pause the YouTube channel, that would be great.
Pause the YouTube channel.
Marian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
There's an echo and there's a delay. That off, that would help.
Okay, I'm trying. Let's see.
Put out.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome to the board. You have some comments. If you could keep your comments to about 3 minutes, that would be great, and then answer questions for the group. You have the floor.
Okay.
Marian, you still have the streaming on in the background. It's very difficult for the board to hear you. So if you could please pause the live stream and just speak to the board directly.
So about 3 minutes, that would be great, and then answer questions.
Okay, could you tell me, I don't see where I can mute it for the YouTube. Can you?
Just get away from whatever you're streaming the meeting
Close
on.
it out.
Turn the volume off or get out of the room where we can understand what you're saying.
Off the background, it's very difficult for the board to hear you. So if you could please pause.
Close YouTube.
Okay, could you tell me, I don't see where I can mute it for the YouTube.
Dr. Henderson, you should help.
Volume off or get out of the room where we can.
You're muted. You're muted.
Caller and explain what to do.
I muted Henderson.
Coffee, if we're gonna do that.
Are you there?
She's muted and Dan's calling her to
Oh, okay, gotcha.
verbally.
Gotcha. She's speaking on the other. Can we go ahead and address this matter and then let her speak to the next?
Sure.
Okay.
It's your prerogative.
Let's do that. So discussion board. related to this verbiage that we're wanting to add, or the committee's recommended to be added to the language? Any other discussion? Dr. Melcher, and then Dr. Yu.
Thank you. So after hearing, testimonies or statements from students and from key stakeholders, I definitely have had a change of heart. My question is, I wonder if there's a way that we could charge these agencies to structure the test to accommodate concerns, so that way we could appease everyone for these things. That's my question to you or to council.
Ms. Nichols, I'll defer.
I didn't hear the first part. I'm sorry. If we can ask the
agencies, the testing agencies, to structure these tests, according to the concerns, and I'm like, I think as Dean Valenza stated, I think, and Dr. McNeil, we do need to go forward now. This pandemic sort of did bring this to this point to go forward and to come up with other options. But as a state board, can we ask or suggest to help us with doing this?
I think that might be a great stakeholder meeting to have, to get input from the people actually administering these exams, because I know they want to hear from licensing boards.
I would just say that we have no control over REB.
And that's exactly
the state board. Now we can tell them or recommend or make comments, but they're going to move in their direction. And REB, frankly, is moving towards the mannequin exam. However, they have to, if we're not going to accept that, then potentially down the road, we may not be able to accept a REB exam. I mean, that's where that road could lead. But all to say, we just don't. We can give input, but we don't have any control over their exam. Dr. Henderson and then Dr. Yu.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. I agree with you. It really comes down to the way I look at it. For years, the word clinical that's in statute was interpreted by agencies and general counsels that included live patients. It wasn't until we came up with this pandemic and people pushing the fact that what is the situation that allowed for the latitude of the REB, because there are a number of states that they did not or would not accept the mannequin base, and they did live exams in this year, or they waited and gave temporary license until they could get in there based on the pandemic. So the REB did vary that exam. So I want the board to realize that I'm in favor of passing this only to allow this to start the process, because it's got to go to the governor's office, and then we get communities of interest. I'm not saying that this rule won't be changed and it won't have an opportunity, but this licensing rule has been on our books for a long time as it's currently written. And so if there's a theme from deans and educators and communities of interest, this is an opportunity where they have time to make public comments with a stakeholder meeting after we get something started. Because if we let this be, when is the licensing committee going to start back, and how is that process going to start? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. I would echo your comments. Nicely slated. Dr. Yu.
Well, I certainly see both sides of the issues, and in Texas, we always want to be ahead of the curve. And right now there's only 12 states that says specifically live patients, but the trend is the opposite. My concern, though, is that, and I agree that if we do pass this, it'll go to the governor's office. And I think the risk is that if we're one of the only states that have to have live patients, other states that have, let's say, OSCE exams, if those dentists want to practice in Texas, we're making them take a live patient exam in order to practice here. And that there may be a restricted trade issue that the governor's office will probably have to look at. And I think in terms of, opening Texas, I think that could be potentially an issue, but I just wanted to kind of have that out there. But I definitely support live patients. But, there could be a issue with all that.
If I could comment, I know that every year we see dentists from all over the states that have different exams. And they've been accredited through their state to practice dentistry in their state, and they're asking to come to Texas. And in each one of those instances, I am sure there are going to be differences in the clinical exam of the state compared to Texas. And that's a part of our due diligence. We are accepting their parameters as they come on board. That's going to continue. And certainly you outline a good point that this is one specific instance where there is going to probably be a difference. And that's part of us accepting this person into the state. So that exists now. I'm sure it exists under other aspects, the live patient as compared to the mannequin, but just to kind of echo and reinforce some of your comments. Any other comments? Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, sir. And just echoing what Dr. Yu just said there, I'm concerned too, and I think the governor's office may have some challenges with that restriction on trade. And I know there's a general tendency to try to avoid licensing barriers both in Texas and nationally, and this kind of pulls us back. One of our initial governor training documents that we went through, or videos, was, why are you doing what you're doing? And I was glad the dean sort of brought that up. Well, we're doing this just because that's the way it's been done. And, none of us are examination experts, even though most of us sit on REB and certainly have some participation through REB with that. But we've entrusted regional testing agencies like REB to give us a valid examination. During COVID, we entrusted them, and they spoke to us at one of the previous meetings and said, we have what we consider an appropriate examination for initial licensure for both dental students and for dental hygiene. We accepted that examination. It was a non-live exam. That's what most of the states in the country had to go in that direction. And, so now where are we? So we have a bunch of dental students who've had a dental license. We have a bunch of dental hygienists who have a hygiene license on a non-live patient-based examination. So if we truly feel as a board that having a live patient is a requirement, then we've got to rescind licenses, or we've got to stop this process right now. I would say that's not a good idea at all. I would say that it's been shown to be proven effective.
Thank you. Ms. Studdard.
If this rule were to be adopted, it wouldn't apply retroactively.
Thank
Dr. McNeil.
For sure. And my only point there was, you can't have your cake and eat it too. We can't have a group that we've said non-live patients is okay, and then we're going back the other way.
First, Dr. Kirsten, and then Dr. Henderson.
I call the question.
Thank you. We have a motion to call the question. Do I have a second? Dr. Henderson seconds. This is a vote to call the question. Let me go ahead and do a roll call. Roll call for calling the question. Dr. Kirsch.
In favor. Oh, Dr. Tillman.
Favor.
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Henderson.
In favor.
Dr. Yu.
Abstain.
Dr. McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Burke.
In favor.
Ms. Jones.
Favor.
Dr. Melcher.
Against.
Dr. Rodney, Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present, and Ms. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
The motion carries.
So we will have a vote on the
Committee
recommendation. Thank you. Dr. Kirsch, again.
All right. Dr. Tillman.
Favor.
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
In favor.
Dr. David Yu,
Abstain.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke,
In favor.
Miss Lori Jones,
Abstain.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Against.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present, and Miss Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor, so the motion carries. We have 2 abstainees and we have 2 against.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Now, I am open, and I'll direct this to Ms. Nichols, a future discussion if there's a need for that. And I'll defer to council and your recommendations as far as if we should have stakeholder input on this for the future.
Dr. Tillman, I'm in favor of the same because I have the same concerns brought up by everyone.
Right.
But I would wait and put it out to the stakeholders and see what they have to say.
Certainly.
And it'll go to the governor first anyway. So we'll
Oh,
see.
it will. Okay.
We'll see if it gets, what happens there.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Dr. Tillman?
Yes, Dr.
Question. So as Dr. Kirch just said, you know, that he'd like to have stakeholders. Well, haven't we sort of had that already by, you know, our students, I think the American Dental Hygienists of Texas, the dean speaking, aren't those considered stakeholders already?
We've already had input, and I just don't know whether this is the end of the discussion. And it may not happen this year. It may not have. We made a recommendation and the board passed a recommendation, committee recommendation that's going to be effective now, but it may be changed in the future. I'm just open to the future of that change is all I'm saying.
Okay, so and I respect that, and I just wanted to know, so then so will y'all put this out once this is out there, and we still have to see how the governor responds to it and everything, then at that point, is that when a call is put out to stakeholders or what, or do we leave it up to them to bring it to us?
Ms. Nichols.
So we have several hoops to jump through as it pertains to passing any rule amendment. And the first hoop is the governor's office. Then should the governor's office approve it without any changes, then it would go to publication. Should the governor's office direct us to make changes, it's going to come back to you just like it did today. And then eventually, if it gets to the point where the governor's office approves a decent proposal, we will publish it, and then we'll have an open comment period. And then the board at any time, before the rule is amended, the board at any time has the option to ask board staff to put together a stakeholder meeting.
Thank you.
Very good.
Dr. Tillman?
Yes.
This concludes my 2.5-hour licensing committee report.
So we included both.
No.
103.1 and 103.2.
We need to vote separately on 103.2, and we do have the public speaker who would like to address the board if you want to hear from her.
So,
so this does not conclude my licensing report.
So one more item to discuss potential amendment 22 Texas Administrative Code 103.2, licensure by examination. We do have a speaker on that issue. Are they there? You can unmute.
Yes, hello.
Good morning. Yes.
Yes, hi, this is Marian Teichman. I'm representing the Texas Dental Hygiene Association. All of you have in front of you my letter that I had sent on behalf of the Texas Dental Hygienists Association. And I don't want to go into a lot because a lot was already covered. Much of what Dr. Valenza had mentioned is pretty much what I was going to mention. As a former and recently retired faculty member of a dental hygiene program, what he said and what we believe also in the dental hygiene program in the Dental Hygienists Educators Association also is exactly what he was talking about. what my proposal is, I'm not going to go and rehash into everything that was said, but my proposal is that since this is such an open question and there are so many pros and cons as stated, is leave the wording as is without the live patient. Look at this year, collect data of what has been occurring through Texas and throughout the state, other states, as far as to going to another type of venue for dental and dental hygienists, as far as not live patients. Get the data and see exactly where we're at with that. And then from there, along with Dr. Valenza, with all his recommendations, let's look at where we are and maybe revisit it. You know, it could always be placed in further down the line, but right now, I think it's a good time to have it revisited and looked at and not be so specific as far as saying live patient. In that we've never had live patient in the regulatory, the language before, and always before we've had live patients. So it doesn't mean that that's going to, change it to not live patient. It just means that we just need to look at other options and we need to go and move forward. Exactly. As a former educator, I see a lot of variables with patients that do not make it consistent, that do not make it fair to the students. A lot of also money. Right now, our two of our state clinical boards are over $1,000 each. And if you have a technical error because a patient doesn't show up or whatever, then you're having to pay that again. And students just can't afford that, especially now with this COVID going on. And what's going to happen in the years to come? Are they even going to have jobs with our situation right now in dentistry? So again, I'm asking you to look closely again at the letter I sent. Please listen to all the comments and take in consideration, maybe at this time, postponing putting live patient in. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Yes, Dr. Kirsch.
Ms. Teichman, hi, thank you. And I appreciate your comments and several of the letters that you have sent. In 2 or 3 of those letters, you had mentioned that there's different forms of calculus, some that are soft, some that is hard. And my question to you is how do you simulate calculus on a simulator? You can't other than having a live patient. And in a letter that you wrote to the board August 21st, 2020, which is a couple days prior to our emergency board meeting, you stated in there that many patients may be receiving substandard treatment due to not allowing the use of ultrasonic scalers. And that really concerns me, that the public would be thinking, I've got 3 dental hygienists in my office, and I promise you, they all hand scale and they do not do substandard care at all. And I was very concerned when I read that comment. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Kirsch, I think my thinking was when we had put that in there, maybe I needed to be more specific, is substandard of care when you cannot reach, and it has been proven, hand scaling, if you've got a 6-7 millimeter pocket. Now, granted, those types of pockets should be treated. However, you've got patients out there who do not want to be treated by specialists. They do not want to see a periodontist.
We had an order. We had an executive order that if the dentist deemed necessary to use ultrasonic scalers, they could tell their hygienist to go ahead and do so. So we never prevented citizens from receiving the dental care that they needed, because that order was in place the week after the first executive order came out. So if the dentist deemed a periodontal pocket needed ultrasonic scaling, we were able to give the hygienist permission to do that. And that's why I was concerned when I saw that and would have patients or citizens of Texas read that we're not doing appropriate care. That was my big concern when I read that.
Yes, and I understand that, Dr. Kirsch. The thing is, though, is that during this time, and you know yourself with all the comments and all the comments that we have been getting, is there's been so much confusion out there as to what can and cannot be done. We've had comments from hygienists all over Texas stating, well, you know, I can't do anything. Even my perio patients, my doctor's not letting me use ultrasonic. They're not letting me use this because it says we can't. And so there was a lot of miscommunication between dentists, hygienists, and I think between all the rules and regulations. And that's where the letter came out into being more specific, because substandard care was being done in some of these offices because of the fact that we had, you know, it was definitely, no, my dentist says I cannot do this. I have patients coming in that have 6-7 millimeter pockets, and I have to hand scale and furcations and things like this. And we know those are areas, and due to the tooth anatomy, sometimes it's just hard to get to those areas with hand scaling. So I think when you look back at that August 24th letter, it was meant for deeper scaling techniques that cannot be used, you know, cannot be,
Yeah, it would have been nice if that language had been.
Yes, and I apologize
yeah.
for that, but you know, at the time, like I said, with everything else going on and what we were trying to accomplish and what people were bringing to us, it just, like I said, it was a miscommunication on my part.
No, I totally understand it. And that's why it's so important to have a live patient for hygienists and dentists, because in a real life setting, you're going to have different calculus, you're going to have different pockets, you're going to have different situations that you're going to have to treat in the real world. And whether you have it on your exam, and Ms. Palermo brought up a wonderful point yesterday that all hygienists are trained on live patients. You're not trained on simulators. So there shouldn't be a difference with live patients. It's the same. And I applaud Ms. Palermo for saying that. And that's all I've got to say on this subject. I know we're beating a dead horse. So
Thank you. If there's any other comments? Seeing none. Oh, Dr. McNeil. Yes. Thank
Just
you.
to address that last subject and to kick the horse one more time, you know, a test is supposed to be the same for everybody. I don't think it's cool if Henderson takes a math test and his question's 1 + 1, and I have to do an algebra calculation. So, and to Dr. Tillman's point, when you talked about numbing a patient up and you missed the block, well, okay, it's a different patient, different anatomy.
Dr. Henderson, you get to select your cases. You screen your patients for the exam.
Point is though that, excuse me, I'm sorry. This
Dr.
is
McNeil, I'm sorry, not Dr. Henderson, Dr. McNeil.
Miss Touchman.
Yes, I just want to say you can screen your patients, but there's so many variables for the patients regardless.
Sure.
And the same thing with that patient. That patient comes in that day and maybe they're not feeling well. So you have to stop every 20 minutes and let them go to use the facilities. Right. Or they're coughing or they're gagging or their mouth can't open very wide. You can't have a patient that is an exact clone of another patient regardless. So there's many variables that can affect that testing that day.
I totally agree, but there's not a simulator that's been created where you can scale calculus. Yeah. Not that I'm aware of. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Exactly. So this is what we're asking, to leave the live patient language out and have time to look at the data, to look at what's out there, to look at what the revs or credits or whatever you're using can come up with to be more of an accurate but a fair across the board testing.
Very good. Dr. Meltzer first and then Dr. Yu. Were you in the queue, Dr. Meltzer?
That's okay.
Okay.
I retract.
Dr. Yu.
Dead horse, but I want to be legal with this. You know, if we do pass this, and I'm sure the governor's office will give us feedback, but are we redefining the Dental Practice Act 256, or are we defining it?
Ms. Nichols.
Let me look at it.
Because it only says it only says clinical exam, not.
Well, it says it consists of subjects and operations. Our Dental Act says in 256.003 said the examination must consist of subjects and operations, and the definition of an operation is an act of surgery performed on a patient. That is the exact definition of operation. And down, if you look at it, it has under 10 is hygiene, 12 is operative dentistry, 15 is periodontia, 16 is prosthetic dentistry. So it lists the operations that you have to do on a live patient. So no, we're not redefining that Dental Practice Act.
Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Marianne, I missed a lot of your conversation, but, and I know I read the definition of clinical that is found, that I found. I'm sure y'all can all Google the word clinical, but it's concerned with or based on actual observation, treatment of diseases in patients rather than experimentation or theory. So my opinion, the word clinical in statute means live patient, and we're just clarifying this in prior statements. But look, I'm going to leave that to the attorneys to define that, because I think, as you well know, every general counsel person's going to give you a different opinion what is. So that being said, I think we move forward with this and see what happens in the governor's office and stakeholders' comments, and we will take the information. At least I plan, I'm sure Ms. Jones will as well. When I go to the DERB meeting and she goes to the HERB meeting, we're going to bring that information back. If we don't start this process, we're not going to be ready to make this decision in time for our students that are fourth-year students currently, or graduating hygiene students, where they can know what kind of exam they're going to have in anticipation of the spring.
Thank you. Dr. McNeil, did you have any comments? Very good. Seeing no more comments, we have a committee recommendation before us to accept. Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. George Kirsch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson.
In favor.
Dr. David Yu.
Abstain.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke. Dr. Linda Burke.
In favor, sorry.
That's all right.
Miss Lori Jones. Miss
Abstain.
Lori Jones.
Abstain.
Abstained. Dr. Margot Melcher.
Against.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante is not present. Mrs. Catherine Sisk.
In favor.
In favor. Again, the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 2 abstained, and 2 against.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, board. Let me, let's take a break. It's 12:15 or 12:17. I'll give us, let's go till 20 minutes. Give y'all 20 minutes to stretch your legs, and we'll be back for a couple more committee reports. Dr. Hughes will be next, and go from there. So let me adjourn. I have 12:17. We are adjourned till 12:35. Thank you.
I guess the kid eats snacks out of my bag.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but
We are back live and they can unmute themselves.
Good afternoon, board. Let me call us back to order. I have 12:38. Dr. Yu, Dental Practice Committee report and recommendations.
Well, I wanted to thank my, and thanks, Dr. Tillman. I wanted to thank my committee members, Dr. Tillman and Dr. Henderson, that were with me. And the first agenda item were Administrative Code 102.1, and these were the fees that were presented. And if I can ask, where is she?
Oh, my camera's not on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Nichols, I just want to make sure I have you. Thank you.
You'd like me to go ahead and speak on 102.1, Dr.
Oh, yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
All right, so this rule was proposed at our June meeting, and it was published in the July 24th issue of the Texas Register. The board received no public comment. This amendment will increase certain fees to account for the agency changing to biannual renewals for dental licensure. It will correct the fee as it pertains to patient protection and the texas.gov internet portal. It'll reduce the fee collected for the prescription monitoring program. It will add a late fee for the nitrous oxide monitoring fee and remove the duplicate certificate fee for nitrous oxide. It will also increase the fee for peer assistance to the maximum allowed under section 467.0041 of the Texas Health and Safety Code and remove this fee from rule so that we'll avoid having any issues with our repayments to PRN like we previously did. So the recommendation from the committee was to approve this rule as it was published.
And we voted unanimously for it.
All two members, all three members. So we have a committee recommendation coming before us. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the new fee schedule in the Administrative Code 102.1? Seeing none, let's go ahead and see if we can exercise our hands. All in favor, if you could show with your hand, I will call off the vote. In favor, Dr. Burke, Dr. Tillman, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Yu, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Jones, Dr. Melcher, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. McNeil, and Mr. Bustamante is absent. That passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. So the next agenda item was looking at Texas Administrative Code 111.5 regarding electronic prescribing waivers. And this was from House Bill 2174's requirement for electronic prescriptions for controlled substances, whose, by the way, deadline is January 2021. And just for stakeholders, please recognize the deadlines. And TDA has always done a great job at propagating the rules. But, waivers based on the House bill could be granted for three exceptions. One is economic hardship, second, technological limitations, and other items like fewer than 25 prescriptions for controlled substances, which we added or amended last time. So the governor asked us that we specify economic hardships. And if you don't mind, I'll have Ms. Nichols explain that part.
Ms. Nichols.
Yes, so like Dr. Yu stated, this rule, it was actually proposed for the first time at our June meeting, but once it was submitted to the governor's office for review, they asked us to elaborate on section A1 related to economic hardship. And we were referred to the pharmacy board's waiver rule, which was proposed at their August meeting. So Lauren and I attended that meeting virtually, and we mimicked the language that came out of their rule to what you see before you today. We elaborated on 1A to include any special situational factors affecting either the cost of compliance or the ability to comply, the likely impact of compliance on profitability or viability, and the availability of measures that would mitigate the economic impact of compliance. So that verbiage was added to the rule at the request of the governor's office.
So, Ms. Nichols, one question for the licensees that want to apply these electronic prescribing waivers. Is this something that will be on the website for them to fill something out? And obviously it should be done before the deadline, and any recommendations on that?
Right. So Dr. Yu had asked me about whether the agency would need to charge a fee for these types of applications. So I did look into that. At this point, none of the other agencies I've reached out to know whether they're going to charge a fee. Some of the other states that have already implemented electronic prescribing waivers, Florida and New York in particular, it doesn't appear that they charge a fee. They just have an online application. And that would be our goal, is to just have an easy online application for our licensees.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, sir. Just not a point of clarification, but something for myself as a practicing clinician. I can't remember the last time I wrote a Schedule II drug or opioid prescription. So would I qualify to not sign under the e-prescription? Since I prescribed 25 or less.
Yeah, you would qualify to obtain a waiver in that situation. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And you have to reapply every year for
Correct.
that waiver.
You do. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just curiously, do we have any sense of those areas that just simply don't have internet coverage or can't have the ability to electronically transfer? I mean, are there still parts of Texas that don't, West Texas or wherever?
Rural areas. I don't know geographically.
Yeah. Interesting.
And it would be up to the requester of the waiver to let us know their predicament, to let us know why they think they meet the measures to request a waiver.
Great. Any other questions? Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. McNeil, would your office qualify as an exemption of less than 25 prescriptions a year?
No.
As I was just sitting here, I'm thinking it'd be like Dr. Yu and Dr. McNeil and people that do a lot of surgery. I think a lot of general dentists, certainly all the orthodontists, I anticipate the agency having a significant number of licensees who A, may not even bother with it, or B, decide they just going to go ahead and send it because in case they have that one case in 20 years that they need to be able to do this, that they're going to submit that. And I didn't know if the agency was prepared for that possibility.
Don't know. We'll find out. Dr. McNeil.
You know, this is burdensome. And I think it's burdensome for practitioners, the vast majority of practitioners that are going to have to reapply for this every year. And I think it's burdensome for the agency as well, as what Dr. Henderson was sort of alluding to. We all, we're all on board with decreasing opioids. And so for myself, hydrocodone used to be the standard thing that we'd use all the time. We just don't do that anymore. And I would say probably 30 prescriptions maybe a year, but I'd probably go ahead and just start doing the electronic system so I don't run into challenges. But what's overburdensome? If it costs me $5,000 to implement this with my software, is that a hardship? Is it burdensome?
It's very expensive.
Dr. Yu.
Thank you. Well, the intent of this is to have everyone doing e-prescriptions because there's been too much fraud going on. And we're actually lucky that there are some waivers and the legislators have given us the opportunity for waivers. But I think in the end, the prudent thing to do is if you're going to write any prescriptions, do e-scribe, because I think that's kind of the trend and what pharmacies want to have happen.
Yes, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Ms. Nichols.
And just so everybody knows where we're at in the process, this rule is just up for proposal. So it still has, it will go back to the governor's office and then we'll, yes, be open for publication and the public comment. So we're still a little time a ways from having this implemented.
Thank you. Hearing that and seeing no other comments, let's have a hand vote for Administrative Code 111.5 that's brought before the Committee on Electronic Prescribing Waivers. All in favor with your hand? Dr. Burke in favor, Dr. Tillman, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Yu, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Melcher, Ms. Jones, and Dr. McNeil. Mr. Bustamante absent, it passes. Thank you, board. Dr. Yu.
Okay, so another good discussion that we had in our committee about discussion and possible committee action on dentists performing COVID testing. And the committee felt that because the COVID situation is ever changing, as well as new tests, availability of tests, and federal guidelines are being so dynamic, we felt that it was more prudent for us to not make a stance until we have further direction. So for our committee, we took no action on this. And I'd like Ms. Nichols, and thank you for the research you did. Love to have her kind of explain what she's learned. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Yu. So sorry for the committee members, this is going to be a little bit of an overview that you've already heard. But so at the June board meeting, the board recommended this topic be placed on the Dental Review Committee based on a request from Dr. Marshall Goldberg, who brought this issue before the board's attention, and he submitted some documentation for the board to review. This has been, like Dr. Yu said, an ever-evolving topic as we learn more about the pandemic and testing has changed. Initially, it was the board staff's recommendation that dentists not perform COVID testing for a number of reasons. First and foremost, initially, the tests had to be ordered by a physician. Second, the number of tests and the availability. And then third, the ADA actually issued guidance recommending dentists not test until the ADA was able to receive further guidance from federal healthcare agencies such as Health and Human Services. To date, I have not seen that they've received any type of guidance from HHS. So now we're on the verge of reliable and accessible testing. So the dialogue is changing a little. So in October, ADA is having a virtual house meeting to discuss COVID testing. So we'll see what comes out of that meeting. It may change how our board feels about testing. Just so everyone knows, the ADA does not consider COVID-19 testing to be a scope of practice issue, and that dentists are regularly expected to routinely screen for high blood pressure, smoking habits, and other blood sugar issues, that sort of thing. The test is not diagnostic, and that the dental office won't be treating COVID-19 illnesses. There simply would be testing for the safety and welfare of other patients and their staff. So licensed dentists are eligible to administer COVID-19 tests, diagnostic tests within the scope of their practice, but they would need to obtain a certificate of waiver from the Centers of Medicine, Medicare and Medicaid Services. So, and this is, there's a clinical laboratory improvement amendment regulation. So the reason our recommendation has been that dentists avoid testing is we just don't want anybody to get in trouble. You need to, there's federal requirements as far as applying with federal laboratories. The governor issued a requirement that approved testers needed to be registered here in Texas as well. So we just want to make sure people know all the rules and if they're going to become a COVID-19 tester before we kind of bless this and say, go forth and start testing.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions?
And that concludes my committee. Thank you.
Very good. Just one comment related to that, and I'm not in favor of this. I'm just saying with the vaccine near the horizon, getting closer, there might be a need for a discussion on that. I don't anticipate it, but I don't know what the feeling is around the states are concerning, the use of vaccines. I know that nurses give vaccines customarily, but I think it's closer than it is further away. I think it, hopefully by the end of October, before the end of the year, we'll have vaccines, and we may have a question about that in the future. So just a heads up. Dr. Yu.
That concludes my committee report. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your work and your help. Anesthesia, Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. I want to thank my committee as well, Dr. McNeil, Dr. Yu, Dr. Tillman, and Dr. Burt for yesterday's very enlightening meeting. I think it went very smooth for an anesthesia topic. First thing, on discussion on possible committee action request for exemption to Board Rule 2020-01074 out of committee. We voted unanimously to deny this exception.
Very good. So we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second to deny an exception. Any discussion, board? Seeing none, should we have a hand vote? Let's have a hand vote. All in favor of accepting the committee's recommendation to deny exception? Dr. Burke in favor, Dr. Tillman, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Yu, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Jones, Dr. Meltzer, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Palermo. All those in favor, none opposed, and Mr. Bustamante is absent. Very good, board. Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. As far as out of our committee on discussion possible committee action on the currently June 5th, 2020 board meeting, we unanimously voted to adopt 110.2, the sedation anesthesia permit, published on July 24th, 2020, and there were no written or verbal comments at yesterday's meeting.
Very good. Thank you. So this is a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's do another hand vote. All in favor? That is Dr. Burke, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Yu, Ms. Sisk, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Kirsch, Ms. Jones, Dr. Meltzer, Ms. Palermo, and Dr. McNeil, all in favor, none opposed, and Mr. Bustamante absent. It passes. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman.
Yes, sir.
Next on the agenda, the discussion and possible committee action on the currently proposed rule from June 5th, 2020. The board meeting that was published in July 24th, 2020 on rule number 110.9, anesthesia permit renewal. We voted unanimously to adopt this rule.
Very good. Committee recommendation doesn't need a second. Any discussion?
So
yes.
I would like to lead the discussion. There was a significant amount of discussion regarding the jurisprudence, and it was clearly pointed out that it's 100% pass rate. In other words, you must obtain 100%, and that you were only allowed to take this exam twice without being repaid. It all came out of committee, and that's not in the rule, but that is the way the jurisprudence exam is tentatively set up by the agency. And I would like the board to understand that because that is not something in the rule, but that is currently the way we're going to operate.
Thank you. Any discussion about the recommendation as well as this aspect of the recommendation with the administration of the jurisprudence exam? Good. Seeing none, all in favor with your hand of the committee recommendation to approve 110.9. Dr. Burke, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Kirsch, Henderson, you, Ms. Sisk, Ms. Jones, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Meltzer, and Neil, all in favor, and none opposed, and Mr. Bustamante is absent. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. Next on our agenda was the discussion and possible committee action on pre-medicating patients with anxiolytic or sedative drugs. We as a committee basically combined that with the next thing on the agenda, which was should prescribing Halcyon, should prescribers have a level 1 permit? I'm going to ask Ms. Nichols to actually say what the motion was, but in my words, it involved the agency to propose some type of rule to submit to stakeholders for comments on limiting Halcyon to a level 1 permit, and benzodiazepine doses as an anxiolytic dose that can be administered outside of the office prior to our rules and regulation of maintaining a preoperative checklist, vital signs before administering an oral sedative. Ms. Nichols?
I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Studdard. She was taking extensive, copious notes yesterday.
I do. I have it specifically written. There was a motion made and it was passed unanimously. And the motion was to take to stakeholder committee to look at all benzodiazepine doses and what's acceptable for in-office and out-of-office administration.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. So that is the motion out of committee unanimously.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation by a committee, doesn't need a second. Any discussion? The only question I would bring in, perhaps this is to Dr. Henderson, got an article from a doctor, and it was about halcyon or trazodone use with children. That is not an approved use at this time. Is that accurate, Dr. Henderson?
So halcyon is a drug that currently is restricted by dosing based on age to, I believe they have to be 18. And just to give you an overview, a licensed practitioner, dentist physician, can prescribe drugs for off-label use. That's considered off-label use, certainly legal and acceptable. With that, your biggest rub is probably a pharmacist, if you prescribe it, willingly to fill it for an underage patient. Then you may have to explain to a parent or the pharmacist that this is an off-label use. I certainly have used halcyon in off-label use doses, in other words, for young children or younger than 18. But it's very difficult in today's world because you can use a lot of drugs that are off-label, as we know today.
Very good. So to review, we have a committee recommendation that Ms. Studdard reviewed with us before us. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, all in favor with your hand, all in favor of the motion committee recommendation. And I'm just going to say, okay, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Mouser. That's unanimous. Mr. Bustamante is absent. There are none opposed. So is that it, Dr. Henderson? One more, Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. And so lastly, we did get our quarterly update on our anesthesia inspections and permits that is being done by Ms. Mendez and Lee and the staff, and they're doing an excellent job. I don't know if the board would like to have that. You do have it published in your literature as far as the inspections. It's getting a little tighter now that we have lost an inspector, but we're still going to meet and exceed, hopefully, knock on wood, the end of 313's final thing of all inspections done and done smoothly by the date.
Well, and to be clear, this is a process that begins the initial inspections, and that is going to be an ongoing effort, but this is for the initial inspections, correct?
That's correct. So all new applicants will be inspected within the time that we have met that goal, but we're also going to have completed all of our inspections by our deadline that was given to us in 313 by next year before it's due.
Perfect.
So the agency has done an excellent job implementing this. I know that other agencies have struggled with anesthesia inspections, so I give my hats off to the State Board of Dental Examiners.
Great staff and work. Yes, thank you. And thank you, committee. Dr. Burke, CE committee.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. Also,
Yes.
I'd like to thank my committee. It was Dr. Tillman and Dr. Kirsch, and I really want to thank our board staff because they had to work very hard on this and trying to simplify it and streamlining it for stakeholders. So Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard, and Ms. Mendez worked hard on this, so I appreciate that. I'm going to defer to most of this. I'll defer to Ms. Studdard and Ms. Nichols for help and clarification, but the first item on our agenda deals with Rule 111. And 111 is basically a result of House Bill 2174, and that deals with electronic prescription writing for controlled substances. That is a 2-hour controlled substance course that we have to take, and once we take it, we are completely done. We have the option of retaking it, and that can go towards your hours for record keeping. And 104.1, which deals with pain management, which is the opioids and controlled substances once again, and that is a result of House Bill 2454. And that is a 2-hour course that we take annually, which would be 4 hours for a biennial renewal. But I'd like to now defer to Ms. Nichols for explanation on how they kind of rolled the hours together for us as well.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Burke. So the board staff received a lot of feedback from both board members and licensees and stakeholders, expressing a little bit of frustration with the fact that these two rules do seem to require almost identical, have almost identical requirements when it comes to the CEs required. So what I expressed to the committee yesterday, and this is no action was taken, this is just for public information. What board staff plans to do is that we will count the 2 hours required under 111.1 towards the 4 hours required in 104. So any dentist who holds a DEA registration is still required to take the course described in 111.1. And as Dr. Burke just stated, once you've taken it once, you're done. You don't have to take it again. You can take it if you'd like to, and it's going to count towards your record keeping obligation. But once you've met that obligation falls off. But what board staff will do to make it a little bit easier for our licensees is we will count those toward 2 hours towards the 4 hours required under 104.1 per biennium. So it's just a way to try to streamline this for our licensees, make it a little bit simpler. And we'll be putting that information up on our website for anyone that has any questions.
Very good.
All righty, thank you. So moving on to the next item, that is Rule 104.1, which is also another requirement as a result of House Bill 2059, which deals with human trafficking. That will be a 1-hour course that we can take that you can find on our website. I think we were made aware that it might be a little difficult as far as the sign-on. So our staff is going to look into that to simplify that and help expedite that process. Ms. Nichols, do you have anything else to add for that?
I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Studdard.
I think you summed it up nicely, Dr. Burke. It came from House Bill 2059, requiring human trafficking prevention training for healthcare practitioners prior to the renewal of a license. And the committee recommended to approve the proposed rule as written.
Dr. Henderson?
Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. Ms. Studdard, help me with this. As I read through the rule, you will need to take this class each renewal part of your license.
For each biannual renewal, yes.
Yes. So is there, by looking at the statute, is there no way we can say that the renewal for every third renewal or every second renewal?
No, so we're interpreting it as each renewal period, and so it's every 2 years.
Okay, so we weren't able to stack that into a further part. I have taken the deal. I took it on Thursday, and yes, registration took me 30-45 minutes to finally get registered. Now, I'm not saying that now that I'm registered, the next time it'll be easy because I already have this code and who I am. But I just, and I thought it was an okay course. It certainly heightened the awareness, but as a dentist, I wasn't sure it made me a better dentist. It probably made me more sensitive to trafficking, abuse. Most of us have a little bit of that from dental school, and certainly I think it was a good refresher. I just don't know that I'd have to have that every 2 years. That's all.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, Dr. McNeil.
Dr. McNeil.
Right, thank you. I would reiterate what Dr. Henderson just said. It's if there's any way we can not have that have to take place every 2 years. Yes, certainly an important issue. There's lots of important issues certainly that we deal with, but every 2 years is overburdensome, I believe.
The Med Board is also interpreting it as every 2 years, just for your information.
Good. Any other discussion? Dr. Kearse?
Yes, I tried registering for the, just to register, not even take the course, just to register. And it's extremely difficult. Some of the questions on there, I didn't know how to answer. I couldn't go anywhere to find out how to answer them. I just found it extremely, very difficult to register before I could even register for the course. So I hope they find a way to simplify it, to be honest with you. My registration is coming up in December, and I'm not going to be able to have this course taken before I register. So I don't know what I'm going to do about my license. So anyway, I'll try to figure it out.
Very good. Dr. Yu.
And just to re-ask, this is for dental assistants, dental hygienists, and dentists, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and nowhere that I read in the actual statute did it say every renewal period, but I guess if everyone's interpreting that, then I'm no choice.
It does say,
again, every 2 years.
Oh, it does say.
It does say at each renewal
Yeah.
period.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Just perhaps if there's any legislative minded folks, they could bring that up in session.
Certainly. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's vote in favor of with your hands. All in favor of the committee recommendation to accept? And that is unanimous on the board. Mr. Bustamante is absent, none opposed. Thank you, board.
All right. The last item on my agenda for my committee was Rule 114.12, which is basically the same thing as Rule 104.1, but it's just for the dental assistants regarding their course in human trafficking. Ms. Stutter, do you have anything else to add, or Ms. Nichols?
that's correct, Dr. Burke, and the committee recommended to approve the proposed rule as written.
Very good. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor with your hand? And again, that is unanimous. Mr. Bustamante is absent, none opposed. Thank you, Dr. Burke.
Thank you.
Your good work for you and your committee, and onward and upward. Approval of the 2021 board meeting calendar. Ms. Nichols.
Yes, so what we did was Wendy actually was kind and gracious enough to take a look at all the events happening in in the Austin area in 2021, assuming that we'll be able to gather again one day. And she made this calendar accordingly so that the events would not be happening the same time you all would need to be in town, just to make for ease of travel and hotel accommodations, that sort of thing. So if anybody has any issues with any of the dates, please let us know. Guys, this is the calendar we plan to go with.
Very good. Does everybody have a copy of this? Dr. Henderson.
I just wanted to clarify, that is the calendar that's also with the ISC dates, correct?
That is separate, but yes, the ISC dates have been
on the it seems like on the calendar it has board dates and ISC dates. I just wanted to verify that is looking at the correct calendar.
Carol and Wendy worked together to set the dates in tandem.
But you bring up a good point there. The ISC schedule is available to be signed up for. I assume Ms. Nichols will get to that on her report, but be on the lookout for that, and board, look at your schedules so you can get signed up for that.
Oh, yeah, we need to go back. Let's get public comments. We just need to go
Public
back.
comments, okay. Well, let's, I don't know, there needs to be an approval of this calendar.
Yes.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve the calendar for 2021. I see a motion by Dr. McNeil and a second by Ms. Palermo. All in favor? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor with your hand. And again, that is unanimous. Mr. Montan's absent, none opposed. Thank you, board. Public comment.
We have none.
We have none. So very good. Discussion of the 22-23 biennial legislative appropriations request. Ms. Nichols.
Yes, so we have Ms. Capel on to discuss this in greater detail because this was really her baby. Just so the board knows, the instructions came out August 18th. The LAR is due today. So that is probably the biggest crunch time in history to get this done. Ms. Capel uploaded the LAR for the proposed LAR, which I don't think we've actually submitted yet, for the board to review. I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Capel. Thank you.
Well, hello and good afternoon. I actually just within the last 20 minutes uploaded the last copy, the latest copy of the LAR. The administrator's statement has been tweaked several times. So what the LAR is the legislative appropriations request for the next biennium for 2022 and 2023. It's based on our base reconciliation, which is the current biennium's budget minus the 5% reduction. And what that was, that amounted to $376,000 for the current biennium. Because of that reduction, we did have to do a reduction in force that has been previously discussed, I believe. Along with that base budget minus the 5% reduction, we are asking for 4 exceptional items. And what those are, one of them is the move. So our agency is one of many agencies in the Hobby building that is scheduled to move into a building called the George H.W. Bush building that is in the middle of being built right now. It is across the street from the Bob Bullock Museum and the Blanton Museum. We're scheduled to move in the spring of 2022, and we've been encouraged to purchase new furniture for that. We're still waiting on a lot of specifications for the office space. So we're not able to get all of our bids for data drops, for interior office blinds, additional data and outlets. There are a lot of different items that the agency is requesting, but because the building construction is at a point right now where we're not able to get those figures, more than likely this particular item, which is exceptional item number 4, will be revised at a later time once we have more information. The other exceptional item is asking for a 3% raise across the board for all agency staff. We did make that request during the last legislative session, and it was granted, and those were distributed in December of last year. So we're going to ask again, because being a small agency, we're still very much, we're trying to compete with other agencies, and we have a wonderful staff, very hardworking, dedicated staff. And Ms. Nichols and I felt that we needed to continue to fight for more money for our staff to keep those employees that we have right now. The other exceptional item is for the Health Professions Council. They are upgrading their database, and so we're making that request on their behalf. More than likely, if it is granted, it's not going to necessarily come to our agency, but we are requesting that on their behalf, that those funds would go directly to them. And then the other exceptional item is requesting for part of the 5% back. As you know, we did have to do a reduction in force with the Director of Enforcement. So we're asking for that particular position and the, not the position, we didn't lose the position, but just the funds or the salary funds for that position, as well as 2 investigator positions, one of those being from the anesthesia inspection program. So we are asking for those to be returned. I'm not sure how that's going to go because, as you know, with COVID and the pandemic, the budget for, or the Texas economy, I'm sorry, has been severely affected. And because of that, all agencies or most agencies were requested to give back that 5%. But it looks, we're in the middle of closing out fiscal year 2020. We are currently, as of September 1st, on to fiscal year 2021. We're still getting last minute invoices to pay for the last fiscal year. Once all of those are complete, I'm hoping that we'll have a little bit of extra funds than what we originally thought. And with that, we should be able to recoup 1 or 2 of those positions. That is our hope. Here in a month or so, we should have a much better idea of what the agency is going to do.
Very good.
I see Dr. Kirsch has his hand up.
Kirsch.
You're muted, sir. Dr. Kirsch, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
That's
Thank
all
you.
right.
I'll repeat myself. Thank you for all the work that y'all have done. And I totally agree that y'all deserve the raise. My concern is the 5% that Governor Abbott requested in reduction in budget for our agency. And we had to terminate 5 employees. Are we still within that 5% in that budget, giving y'all the 3% raise, which y'all definitely deserve, and you deserve more than 3% too, to be honest with you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're still within that 5%. Like I
Okay.
said, I'm hoping that from what we originally planned to give back for 2020 will be more, therefore lowering the expectation of what we'll need to give back for current fiscal year.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
And the 3% raise wouldn't be for current fiscal year. It would be for the 2022-2023 biennium.
Okay. And that's what we're going to be asking for in the appropriations meeting.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Yu and Dr. Henderson.
I just wanted to reiterate what a great job you guys have done. I know it's the last couple of weeks have been stressful trying to get this thing together by the deadline today. So, but I just wanted a real quick question about remember the emergency deficit grant? What's the status of that?
Yes. So the agency had almost 16,000. It was 15,700 and change that we did not use from that loan. It was actually a loan, not a grant, that we received from the governor's office. So we have gone ahead and given that back. The rest of the 57,000, we are waiting on instruction and approval from both the governor's office and the comptroller before we return that to the governor's office. There's been quite a bit of discussion the last week as far as how they want us to return that money. And it's a matter of coding and back end stuff to ensure that it's a clean accounting transaction.
Did we take 73,000 or we took 57 minus the 16 that we gave back?
It was 57,000 total.
Right.
We were able to return 15,700 and change back to the governor's office this week. The rest of it,
so we owe
that's
about
what we're
41,000.
correct. We're waiting on direction on how they want us to return those funds.
Okay, perfect. And that was the grant we took for the DRP, right?
For peer assistance.
Peer, yeah, sorry. Peer,
Yes.
yeah, peer assistance.
Ms. Jones. Oh, Dr. Henderson.
Mr. Capel, I appreciate everything you do. Is that where you said I wanted to kind of have a point of information. Have we gone off agenda and we're talking about other things other than the LAR?
No, this is all the LAR.
It's all in the LAR.
This is all in the LAR. Everything we've discussed.
Oh, okay. So we're
It
going to
is.
get back into the agendas and all that stuff. Or is this your only financial report? I think that's what I'm indirectly asking.
Oh, no, I still have my financial report after Miss Nichols' report. I'll have a little bit more to say, but the 50,000 peer assistance loan from the governor's office is included in the LAR. And I was just going over all of the exceptional items that we as an agency are requesting during the next legislative session.
Well, and I was looking at it as you were trying to talk, and briefly, nice job, and I like everything that you're doing. It's unfortunate we can't get a percentage of all the monies and revenue that we generate as opposed to a budget. It would be nice if we could maybe negotiate a percentage rate as opposed to a dollar rate, but that's just something that I'm throwing out. Thank you.
That would be great. This agency does bring in approximately $9 million a year, and it costs the of Texas about 4.3 million for us a year.
It's my understanding some agencies actually do get a percentage as opposed to a budget. Is that correct?
There are some agencies that are their budget is self-directed, meaning what they bring in, what they charge their licensees is what their budget is. But there haven't been any new agencies that have gone to that model in quite some time.
Very good. Any other questions from Ms. Keppel? Thank you again. It's, you know, I mentioned to the lady at PRN how good I feel about it. That was a vital service. I'm glad we've worked it out with PRN. I know we've still got some work to do with our comptroller, and we have faith that you'll get all those things ironed out so that we can continue to serve the citizens of Texas. But thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay. That was just a discussion that's been submitted in a timely manner, and so we will see. Next, we have department heads, liver report, executive director. Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Your first
My
meeting.
first
You're-
one.
You're almost there. Congratulations.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel, everybody. Thank you. So I uploaded my report a day or so ago. I'll just hit some of the high points for you all. So as far as our agency's COVID-19 update, most of our staff are still working remotely. Remote employees are required to submit a daily task report just to make sure their time is being used wisely. We have also implemented COVID-19 related safety protocols. Masks are required in communal areas, and we implemented a sign-in procedure to so that employees sign in, sign out, so that we can do contact tracing should we have an outbreak in the office. We have transitioned very nicely, I have to say, to virtual meetings. Thank you very much to our IT department and everybody on our ISC panels, especially working with us through that process. It was a little painful in the beginning, but we worked it out. So we will continue with virtual meetings, but we will transition from Chime to Zoom. So if you all enjoyed your Zoom call yesterday and today, then which I hope you did, this is how we'll be conducting our ISCs in the future. It'll make things a little easier because panel members, licensees, and attorneys participating remotely won't have to log off and log on during panel discussions anymore. We'll be able to utilize the breakout room like we did earlier for our executive session. Budget reduction LAR, we'll basically just touch I was going to say, but we did have a reduction in force. We lost those 5 positions, but we will be requesting a few of those positions back in our LAR. That will be submitted today. Due date is September 11th. PRN, just like the CC has said, we are in the process of repaying that grant loan back. The contract with PRN has continued with no interruption. And like we discussed earlier, when we discussed the fee rule, we have corrected the payment issue by updating our fees to reflect the biannual renewal. So we shouldn't run into this problem again, thankfully.
Good.
And lastly, we were audited. We were part of a duplicate payment audit. The agency underwent this audit. It was conducted by the Comptroller's Office. And the objective of the audit was to investigate any duplicate payments being made by the agency. Auditors provided the board with documents listing 33 potential duplicate payments. And luckily, thankfully, board staff reviewed the transactions and did not find any duplicate payments. So we're not wasting any money there. And that's all I have for you. Thank you, board.
Thank you. And again, welcome.
Thank you.
Department heads, finance and administrative. Leticia, you're still here. Wonderful.
Hello again, still here. So the reports that I've uploaded for you for today's meeting include the third quarter performance measures. Fourth quarter is due later this month, so those are not quite available yet. I've also uploaded the DRP schedule and what those payments have been. And this is through about 3/4 of August. It's not through the end of August. The next one is a listing of the fines, remedial plans, and penalties. And again, just as a reminder, all the fees that we collect, regardless of whether they are licensing fees or fines, remedial plans, or penalties, all of that goes directly to general revenue and does not come to the agency. It goes directly to the state. And then the last item that I uploaded is the agency's budget. And you can see that we have spent the majority of our funds. If you look at the first appropriations, which are 13001 and 13002 for licensing and complaint resolution, we do have some funds there, but remember that anything left over is going back to the state to satisfy that 5% reduction. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer.
Any questions for Ms. Keppel? Dr. Henderson.
So that's actually what I was going to ask you about, because we're at the end of our fiscal year on this report, and the monies that show as a positive, the difference of expenditure versus what we collected, all went back, and there was no way we could use that to pay off the entire loan as opposed to putting it in the LAR report request.
Well, regardless, it would have gone into the LAR no matter what, because it shows as money being transferred over to the agency, and it's going to show on the governor's side as well. Part of the reason that we've been in discussions and haven't been able to finalize the transaction is because of there's a little bit of a we at this time don't completely agree on how to return the money. So we're just between the three agencies, we're trying to all get on the same page and make sure that it's going to be clean accounting for everyone involved.
Okay, thank you. Very nice. I appreciate your work and looking at the numbers. And
thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you again. And onward and upward. We've finished the audit. We're almost finished with the audit.
What Ms. Nichols reported was actually the final report. So that particular audit was completed and there were no errors or audit findings found.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Ms. Mendez, is she available?
She is.
Hi, good afternoon, board members.
I hear a voice.
Oh, sorry.
There she is. Hello.
Hi there.
Welcome.
I'd like to report we have now the e-certificates on our homepage. I don't know if you all have had a chance to the opportunity to take a look at it. So it's live. We want to thank our IT director for his assistance with getting that up and running. So after the renewal application has been approved, if you allow 24 to 48 hours, it should be able to have the updated information, or it will have the updated information for the licensee to go in there and print the certificate themselves. We'll continue to still print them because it's in our rules. But we will be moving towards eliminating that process. It's not going to happen right now. My hope and my vision is by January. And then one keynote is that the information, it actually has to match exactly as we have it in our Versa system. So if your name is Veronica and you want to enter Vettel, it's not going to come up. It'll signal an error, give an error message. Anesthesia jurisprudence, a timeline to complete is about a month before we can begin testing. And I would like to add that we can still make changes to the anesthesia jurisprudence. If we want the pass rate to be lower than 100%, we still have time to do that. Nothing is set in stone right now. The only thing that's set in stone are the questions. And so that's still something that we're working on. Also, the update there for the inspections, Dr. Henderson gave an update about it. So we're still about 603 dentists to inspect on the anesthesia report. We have about 190 new permit holders. So we're still good. We still have time. That's including, with COVID, the hurricane, the loss of the inspector. We're still in a good place and on track. And also I wanted to praise the team. They've done an amazing job with taking the initiative to meet the division goals. They're doing wonderful. Just step up to the plate and do what needs to get done. Also wanted to provide you all with the dates for the initial application since we did not have the expo this year. We're still in a good place with processing the processing date there's for the initial applications. Of course, this is not for renewals, right? This is just for new applicants coming into Texas. So we have August 31st for just all the dentists that are coming in. And then for our Texas grads, we are processing 9/9. Our hygienists, we're processing at 9/10. And our registered dental assistants, we are at August 19th. So the hope is that once we get caught up with the others, all the Texas grads, then we'll filter out and we'll start working on the dental assistants and bring them up to speed as well. That was really quick. Y'all have any questions for me?
Any questions, Dr. Henderson, and then Dr. McNeil?
You know, Christine, how much I appreciate y'all staff and work on the anesthesia inspection. But I also want to, I think, commend you on how the licensing went this year, since you weren't able to have the expo, and then all 3 Texas dental schools had their rev exams within a week of each other. So how was that as far as your agency able? Would you like to go into share how that was?
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't want to share. It's been really crazy up here, to be honest with you. With, staff, the staggering of folks working from home, coming in. It's been quite a challenge. And then just hoping, keeping our fingers crossed. I mean, although we didn't have, thank God, we didn't have any licensing staff that were down and out with the COVID. But there were other issues that came up, right? We have school, we have children, daycare. I mean, there were other issues that came up, and definitely want to thank them as well for trying to make, stay positive and still trying to hang in there and do what needs to get done.
So that's really kind of where, as you know, before you started the expo, how long the licensing took. And I've got to commend you under the circumstances and the reports that I heard during this time. Your agency staff, you guys in the licensing department did really well. I had very little complaints from many licensees saying they didn't get their license in a very timely manner. And I was anticipating to be a very difficult, much difficult than even before. So that's really why I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Appreciate that.
Yes, and the turnaround time has been really appreciated. I've had a couple of hygienists that have been new out of the chute as temps, and they've been really appreciative because, you know, they have to pay back their loans and bills and everything else. So it's been a stressor for everybody, but we appreciate y'all getting those certificates out so timely. Any other questions? Dr. McNeil.
Just to echo Dr. Henderson's comments, the work that you've been able to do and your team has been exceptional. It really has. On the medical board side of the equation, one of the hardest things I've ever done is to print a certificate for my medical license. And I'm not kidding. It was more difficult than taking the OSCE exam for my medical license. And I printed one on our board site in about 30 seconds. So you and your IT team, fantastic. It was brutal and took a long time.
Don't let the secret out, Dr. McNeil.
Awesome. You know, we talked a little bit yesterday in committee about that exam and the 100% pass rate. I think that's something we just sort of have to keep our eye on. We want people to know the information. We don't want this to be overburdensome for the agency. I think we have to be careful with that.
I agree.
Very good. Dr. Henderson.
So that's exactly, Dr. McNeil, what my thought process too. I figure the agency's gonna not want to cause a lot of problem. To me, I like the 100% pass rate, but I'm a little more concerned that after 2 attempts, that you have to pay again. Why don't we say you just keep taking it until you do pass it and not have a limit? Because we want them to learn the subject, but that's maybe a cost. I don't know if an agency, but so I'm going to kind of leave that to Christine and her team to figure it out.
Great. One more, Dr. McNeil.
And I would just second what Dr. Henderson said. We want them to learn the material, and if there's any way that you just are keeping to retake it beforehand, just so you're not paying, you're not re-registering.
Right.
That's a lot.
Agreed. Again, thank you for your work and your division's work, and all the best. Demo division report, investigation division report. Under one umbrella, Dr. Bell.
Yes, sir. Of course, as the others have announced, I'm wearing both hats for an interim time, hopefully. So I'll talk a little bit about that in my report. I've uploaded both reports for you guys to read. Some notable matters. The numbers really for both divisions aligned very similarly with last year. So, you know, I don't know if we're kind of reaching some sort of homeostasis, but same general number of cases completed. The number of complaints into the agency was a bit lower this year, I believe, due to a lot of offices being closed during COVID. But in general, very similar numbers for this quarter. I'm very proud of my team, especially with the force reduction for investigations, especially. You know, I believe it was a total of 4 from the division. So everyone has stepped up, and like I said, productivity has stayed the same. So I really appreciate the whole team. The notable thing for dental practice would be that Jacob, Jessica, and I hosted a live webinar for our DRP members, dental review panel members, last Friday. We hadn't had a chance to grab a lot of feedback from that, but the preliminary buzz has been that it was good and helpful. So we certainly want to thank the legal division. Cassie and Sonia gave an hour of amazing content, and you know the members really loved that, and having the legal side of the equation that they really haven't had before. So I just want to thank them, because I know that was a big ask right before a board meeting. So I appreciate that. The only other thing I'd like to mention for dental practice is we do have one DRP mentee that is up for your vote today. That mentee is very excited, and we're also very excited to recommend him. He did a great job with his training and his reports. In addition, if you if you have any oral maxillofacial surgeon friends, colleagues, or any periodontist, those two, we have the most reports for those two specialties kind of waiting or kind of sitting in queue for a member to become available. So if you have anybody in those two areas, send them our way. They can email Jacob directly or follow the link from our website, and we'll get them processed. Did we want to pause for the mentee consideration, or did you want me to proceed to the investigations report?
Why don't you go ahead and then we'll do it at the end.
Yes, sir. Again, numbers very similar for last year and this year. The one thing I was very proud of for investigations, we tracked the number of cases which are turned in at 75 days or older. So that's roughly kind of half the amount of time before it needs to be with legal. So we want that investigation to be done, so we have the other half of the time to get it to DRP and get the report. So the division, it was already looking pretty good at 22% of the cases turned in were a little bit older than 75 days, which they're going to have some complexities anyway that are going to lead to being older, even if they're working very diligently. But they brought that all the way down to about 12%. So I was proud. Basically, that means things are moving faster. They're doing a great job. Cases aren't having to go back for additional investigation. In terms of total complaints received, it was 865 this year. I did go ahead and have them run the numbers. They could change slightly, but this is a pretty good estimate. So 865 for this year, and for last fiscal year it was 915. So they did come down a little bit. And I want to say that when I first arrived, that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 or 1,000. So I think in general, we're trending down a little bit in terms of number of complaints we're receiving each year. Let me see, anything else? I want to, just like Ms. Mendez did, I want to commend the staff and investigations. They have stepped up. The duties from the employees that were part of that force reduction were redistributed. We've got a brand new investigation supervisor. That was kind of my first task, is getting that position filled. Cynthia retired on July 31st. And then Melinda Heber was put in that position. And then she and I had to turn around very quickly and replace her with another analyst. So just want to give them all kinds of props, because again, we are still doing well with productivity. The only other thing I want to mention is that we are all caught up with all of our on-site investigations that need to happen. We were a little bit behind due to the pandemic, and so we got the training finalized, got everyone trained, got PPE out to everyone, and then they are all caught up with that. So I'm very proud from that perspective as well. Certainly, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So just curious, there didn't seem to be too many complaints about dentists practicing outside the scope of the governor's directive during that time where everybody was down. Has that been kind of the similar currently that you've seen?
That we're aware of.
True. We have not seen a tremendous amount of those, and some of them that we have received, the complaints, the allegations didn't violate any of the rules that y'all set forth. And so they were complaints, the patient was uncomfortable with this or that, but really the dentist, but we found in the preliminary investigation that the dentist were following the rules. So yes, you're correct in that we haven't received a tremendous amount of complaints in that area.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Dr. Henderson?
Bill, you're doing a great job, and you and your staff in investigation. I like to see that the 75-day drop dramatically. That really will help get these cases in and out, and meeting Senate Bill 313 and some of the sunset stuff. But I would also entertain and make a motion to accept your proposed new DRP member.
So we have a motion to accept the new DRP.
I'll
motion,
second.
And Dr. Kearse will be second. So any further discussion about that specific aspect, the new DRP member? Seeing none, we can do a hand vote. Miss Jones. You're muted.
Yes, I had a question for Dr. Bell.
Sure.
About the score sheet.
Oh, okay.
Or 19.
I was looking to try to find, I saw the DD score. Oh, at the very end.
Yeah, he scored
You add up.
19.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I saw the 5 and other 5, but didn't see that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. It probably fits a little wide on the screen, so I apologize.
Any other discussion about the new DRP member? Seeing none, all in favor with a hand vote? And that is unanimous. Mr. Bustamante is absent and none opposed. Thank you, board, for approving the new DRP, and we'll get them active. And thank you,
sir.
Bell, for all of your work.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you all
Dr.
as well for all of your work and dedication.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
Legal. Lauren.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. I'm excited to work with everyone in my new role as your general counsel. The legal division has been working very hard this quarter, and you'll see that reflected in our numbers and our legal report and your materials. The 2021 ISC schedule is also in your materials and ready to be filled up by board members. Please contact me or Carol if you would like to sign up for some dates. I see that Ms. Palermo has already submitted some dates. Thank you very much, Ms. Palermo. That's awesome. I would also like to announce that we have a new assistant general counsel, Ms. Cassie Camp, who is here on the screen. And we're very excited to work with her. She's been our staff attorney for 2 years. And so we're excited to work with her in her new role. We do currently have 2 vacant staff attorney positions. We're in the process of reviewing applications for those positions. We start interviews next week for those. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Yes, Dr. Henderson.
I'm just looking forward to Miss Stoddard being our new general counsel. Not to say anything about Miss Nichols, but it's really nice to keep the team together. And I want to commend her ability to do so by keeping Miss Camp as well, and Sonia and everybody else all in that role. So good job on the legal division. Chair move. Musical chair?
Yes, and it's been a musical chair up here. I've had to move because Ms. Nichols doesn't want to get rid of her security blanket. It's been described as a security blanket. So they are a great team, and great to have Cassie a part of that as well. Any other questions for legal? Great job. So,
Dr. Yu, maybe?
Dr. Yu. Oh, Dr. Yu.
Oh,
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Nichols, Ms. Camp, and Ms. Stutter. Great meeting, great job. A lot of work went into this. And we're going to miss you in the next meeting, Ms. Nichols, but we're in good hands.
I'll be watching. Thank you.
Dr. Kirsch.
I too commend the legal team. They've done a phenomenal job, but I also want to commend the IT team. They have done a great job. This meeting went off flawless with the Zoom, so kudos to those guys. They're doing a great job.
Very good. Dr. Henderson.
As the rest of the world knows, I wouldn't be here today had they not helped me yesterday. So the IT guys helped me out. Thank you.
Some remediation for Dr. Henderson. I don't have any announcements. Yes, Ms. Palermo, any announcements?
Well, since we were talking about possibly checking our patients for COVID, any of the healthcare providers, any of us that have not had the pleasure of doing that COVID nasal test?
Oh, that's lovely.
Yes, I recommend that everybody do that. just so that you can tell your patients that you're negative or whatever.
Yes.
Dr. Tillman, can you repeat the question? Ms. Palermo was breaking up and I could not hear her.
Just about the she wants to bring it to the board a vote for requiring all members to have the nasal examination, nasal test for COVID. So I don't know if we got a second on that, but it's not a fun experience. Anybody that's been through it. Dr. Melcher.
Yes, I had a question. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the last emergency meeting where we did some addendums to the governor's order. A question has come up, and I want to know how to go about doing it, or what is the board's thoughts. We had recommended that they do a hydrogen peroxide pre-procedural rinse before any treatment in the dental offices. And is that something that we are looking into to lifting or to amending at some point? And the reason so is because there's not really good data or studies that show the efficacy of it. So just wanted to put this out there and see what the rest of my fellow board members' thoughts are on this, and what we would need to do if we felt like it wasn't necessary. Thank you.
We are still requiring it in our office, and we're doing it in our office along with Listerine as well.
Dr. Henderson.
So I'm going to probably pitch this to Ms. Stutter. It may say it's going to go back to Ms. Nichols, but I think our rules don't mandate a pre.
They don't.
It's something you can encourage. So, you know, if you feel that there's not enough data and studies to use one or the other of the techniques, I think you're not breaking the rule by not doing it. But I would leave it to the attorney.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, for stating that. And the reason that, and at the dental school, I will tell you, if we go by what is in the words, and you know, it can be perceived, and I know our associate dean already had forwarded this. I made an electronic introduction to Ms. Nichols about this. So, you know, and this is why I was just following up with it. I just sort of wanted to hear how the other members were with using this still in the office, but yeah, I just think it'll be interesting to see for the next 100 and whatever days, 20 days before we have to do a revisement to the emergency rule. Thank you.
Dr. Henderson.
I hope the governor's going to remove this pandemic on November the 5th, and we're not going to wait 100.
Yeah, right after the election, November 4th.
So, Ms. Nichols, we have our next board meeting is
December 10th.
10th. And so if and when on November 4th, there's a lifting, we will have an all board meeting here.
So the way that the emergency rule is written, and Lauren can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it is to be lifted either by the board or should the emergency restrictions be lifted. So
we can independently,
right? So if the emergency declaration was lifted, we could pull the emergency rule, right? I think that's right. Doesn't that seem right? Yeah.
But we can even pull it, even if there is.
But it's always the board's discretion.
It's always the board's discretion.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would be looking for some direction on that. It's, you know, I have had no problem in navigating things safely here in Austin. I love looking at pictures, of y'all, but you know, it really is a better experience. Have better discussions, I think, in person. We've accommodated a lot, and y'all have been super in that, and with IT as well. But I would love to see us have an in-person meeting in December. So I'll be asking, we can be sending out some queries on y'all's feelings on that coming November-ish. So but just to let you know, I'd love to have an in-person meeting in December. So anything else? Dr. Kirsch.
I was going to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion.
Wonderful. We have a motion to adjourn with a second. All in favor? Yes, one more time for hands. Very clean hands, guys. I just. That is unanimous. Thank you, board. Go out and enjoy the weather and stay safe out there, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, board members, and thank you, board staff. Great meeting.